Madam Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Good afternoon, everybody. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, the Philadelphia Inquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to these hearings, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I want to welcome everybody to the Committee on Children and Youth, which is hearing a resolution on an informational hearing on the establishment of a youth ombudsperson. I note now that the hour has come. Mr. Spiva, would you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, if you can please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Thank you, Chairperson. Councilmember Brooks.
Present.
Councilmember Gautier. Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Present.
Chairperson Gim.
Thank you, everybody. A quorum committee is present. Apologies. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge my other council colleagues who are present. I want to thank the council members who are in attendance today, council members Brooks, Johnson, my vice chair, council member Thomas. This is a public hearing of the Committee on Children and Youth regarding resolution number 210126. Mr. Spiva, will you please read the title of the resolution?
Yes. A resolution authorizing the Committee on Children and Youth to hold hearings concerning recommendations to establish an independent Youth Services Ombudsperson office to receive, investigate, and report on concerns from youth and families about safety or services for young people in congregate care, secure or other forms of detention, or any institutional facility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spiva. Mr. Spiva, could you read the rules for witnesses today and the requirements of being in the public hearing?
Yes. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you're consenting to being recorded. Additionally, I will turn it over to you for the next section, but prior to recognizing members for questions or comments they have for witnesses, we will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow those in order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose.
Thank you so much, Mr. Spiva. Well, first of all, I want to welcome everybody here today, especially our young people who will be comprising our first and third panels, to have a conversation that's been years in the making. As chair of City Council's Committee on Children and Youth, which was formed for the first time actually in 2016, I know that I speak for myself and colleagues to make this clear. We are not going to put off this conversation about the safety of our children any longer. Institutions that abuse young people are not new. After decades of research, we have learned that putting young people in institutions does not ensure their safety, does not ensure their health and sense of potential, and too often comes at a great cost to both the individuals' lives of young people and their families, their communities, and our city. 3 years ago, this committee held a hearing on the urgent need to bring Philadelphia's children safely home. At the time, we had well over thousands of children out in places as far away as Utah and Colorado. Back then, I publicly apologized to the young people who came before this body to say that we should have done more to protect them. In the aftermath, we established a year-long citywide task force, driven primarily by two things: the homicide of 16-year-old David Hess at the former Wordsworth residential facility in 2016, and the Safely Home campaign that was driven by young people, their families, tremendous advocates, all of whom had been working tirelessly to demand a full transformation of our child welfare, our juvenile justice, and behavioral health treatment systems. This citywide youth residential placement task force voted unanimously in 2019 for the establishment of a Youth Ombudsperson office with investigatory powers to ensure that not one more child in our city's care would be sexually, physically, or emotionally abused. I want to note as well that our city agencies have been partners in this effort. They have dramatically reduced the number of youth in congregate care settings, and they partnered not only in the city's youth residential placement task force, but they've been an active presence on the statewide juvenile justice task force, demanding better oversight at the state level. But our committee is here today because we know that enough is enough. In the 3 years since the task force have been formed, we have heard of hundreds of reports of abuse and mistreatment of young people. We've endured investigation after investigation on the front pages of our media, of Glen Mills, of Devereaux. This is not a Philadelphia-specific issue, as we learned with the Delaware County Juvenile Justice Center, for example. But we have to take responsibility for our children. Today, we're going to hear from young people who are going to come before us and tell deeply personal stories and demand that we take decisive action to protect them. Because at this point in time, the state of Pennsylvania will not. In a state as divided as ours, where a funding formula is as inequitable as it can be, where a legislature would actually vote to keep trans kids out of school sports, we're not going to wait for state leaders to come to our aid. We know time and time again that Philadelphia can drive Pennsylvania, not the rivers. Today, we will hear advocate after advocate call for the importance of establishing a youth ombudsperson office with investigatory powers so that we can protect young people from the abuse that they have experienced and can continue to be subjected to so long as the state continues to neglect its due responsibilities. We are going to hear from advocates who are talking about the importance of establishing a local office that will repair harm, to honor the human dignity of the 41 children who had to endure sexual assault at Devereaux, which we learned about last year. We have to do it in honor of 16-year-old David Hess and the assaults of minors at Wordsworth who were abused time and time again over decades by staff members. We're here today to support young people at Glen Mills who suffered broken bones and other horrifying abuses at the facility as recently as last summer. The challenges with institutionalizing youth are widespread, and there's no question that we have to reduce the number of youth in these facilities. But the examples that I listed are only what we know from what happened by investigations from journalists. Imagine if the level of safety and transparency we could assure could come through a youth ombudsman who could hear directly from youth themselves. And today we are going to hear directly from those youth who've been forced into a system, either by the child welfare system or by our courts, without adequate safety support or support for them. We're going to hear from advocates who have direct experiences trying to advocate for young people and sounding the alarm time and time again. We will hear from former workers who have seen firsthand what a culture of abuse and silence and retribution can look like. I know that I speak for all of my colleagues when I say that we are ready to do what it takes to ensure the safety of our young people. I want to thank my committee members. I want to thank my longtime colleague, Councilmember Johnson, for his steadfast support. as co-chair of the Youth Residential Placement Task Force and for his vast knowledge of the decades-long failures of this system. And I ask all of us to use this opportunity to listen to the witnesses, to hear calls for support, and to take action when it is within our control. I wanted to offer any other opening remarks for any of my other colleagues.
Chairperson, can you try turning your video on and off? I think your video has been frozen. Council support suggested that might help.
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't know if it is. I will turn it on and off again. But in the meantime, maybe what we could do is if there are any comments or opening remarks from my colleagues.
I just want to take a real quick moment and thank you, Councilwoman Gill, Madam Chair, for just staying on the case. Every time I get an article written by the Daily News or the Enquirer regarding the travesty of these institutions that we are contracting with and their lack of oversight when it comes to it at the end of the day of protecting our children, our most vulnerable children. I just want to thank you for just staying on the case at the end of the day, because it's about we can't protect them, then what's the purpose of us doing the work that we're doing? I mean, at the end of the day, and it's imperative that we who are elected, and we are who are leaders, who are in these particular positions, it's imperative that we do everything possible to protect children. It's real simple, and that's why I will continue to support you and also follow up on the work that we have done on our task force, and also make sure we speak truth to power to those who on the state level, right, to do their part and protecting our children as well. But as always, work that we have done in council has always been one of leadership and leading the way in addressing such critical and important issues that are near and dear to the city of Philadelphia. And so just thank you very much. And I look forward to this hearing.
Thank you very much, colleague. I appreciate that. Mr. Spiva, is there any other council members who would like to make opening remarks?
I have brief opening remarks. I, too, just want to thank you for having this hearing and bringing up this important issue. I remember these conversations going way back into my youth with friends and family members that have been to some of these institutions many years ago. So I look forward to the conversations and the stories of the young people and the parents. And thank you for their bravery for coming up and talking about these issues, because it's not easy. And I will be on the hearing as long as I can, but I'm a little under the weather, and I want them to know that I'm here listening. I have my team taking notes and available for whatever follow-up is necessary. And I do find this to be a very important issue, and I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. I think Chairperson Gim is having a little bit of a technical issue, so is working to restart her computer. She had asked if Councilmember Thomas might be able to just take over very momentarily while she's working on that, and I would be happy to call the first panel when directed.
Thank you, Nick. Could you please call the first panel of witnesses so we can begin our hearing today, and hope that Councilmember Gim will be able to join us soon.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas. For the first panel, we have Dwayne, Anahi, Angie, and Geneva Williams. Dwayne, if you could just please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
Sure can. Hello, everyone. My name is Dwayne. I was 12 years old when I entered into care. Being in the system at a young age, my voice was taken away. I was not heard. I was censored or shut down because of the experience that brought me into the system. We are children. We are youths. We have our moments. I did not know how to communicate my thoughts and my feelings when I felt that people were not listening to me. I was in different care settings, including group home and foster homes. Staff in these facilities used my history against me. Child welfare workers used that against me and did not give me a chance to know who I am, to support me. Many people judged me for having behavioral problems. I was mistreated by some youths and by grown adults.
Thank you. We apologize for the technical difficulty. We can resume our initial panel. Dwayne, if you don't mind, would you, is your preference, would you want to start your testimony over, or would you want to pick up where you left off?
I could start it over. I can start it over.
So Dwayne, if you don't mind, if you could just state your name for the record and go ahead and revisit your testimony.
All right.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, it's all right. Hello, everyone. My name is Dwayne. I was 12 years old when I first entered into care. Being in the system at a young age, my voice was taken away. I was not heard. I was censored or shut down because of the experience that brought me into the system. We are children. We are youths. We have our moments. I did not know how to communicate my thoughts and feelings when I felt like that people weren't listening to me. I was in different care settings, including a group home and foster homes. Staff in these facilities used my history against me. Child welfare workers used that against me and did not give me a chance to know who I am, to support me. Many people judged me for having behavioral problems. I was mistreated by some youths and by grown adults, foster parents, and group home staff. When I was in a group home, they were using profanity to put me down, calling me a bitch for complaining and crying, or incited violence against one another or on me. They would manipulate other youth and tell them to say it didn't happen. A lot of uncomfortable emotions and tension you can feel in the air that made me feel left out as a person. I feel like I couldn't connect. I tried to adjust to living both in a group home and foster homes, but I was always worried that something would happen. I was afraid of being mistreated or bullied. While in a group home, there were times when I did speak up on violence and mistreatments, and nothing changed. The violence and mistreatment continued to happen. Many adults didn't hate me, maybe, but they did dislike me because they disagreed that I was speaking the truth, and I was standing up for what was right instead of what was cool. It made me feel like I was dumb-minded, or that I was over-exaggerating about a lot of stuff that was concerning. When I was working, it felt comfortable to go out and get away. Working helped me find peace of mind. It made me feel like a regular kid who was not in the system anymore. I felt sad, and I felt like I was trapped and incarcerated when I returned from work because of the environment in the group home and the lack of support from staff. I would find my room a total mess. My bed was flipped over, my clothes were all over the floor after coming home from a long 8-hour shift. I would question who had done it, and no one would help me find the answer. I would have to spend hours cleaning that up when I had school the very next day. It was repeatedly done over and over again for days. A lot of violence was happening, which obviously made a really uncomfortable setting, which wasn't good or safe. I talked to many staff about it, night staff, supervisors, case managers, but nothing came about it. For their entitlement or entertainment or laughter, I would be picked on or I would be the butt of the joke. I felt like I did not belong. Many rules and standards should be in place to make you feel that they have a voice and that you should be respected. Even in foster homes, I was not heard. For an example, my case manager came to my foster home. The foster parents wouldn't allow me to speak to them. My case manager allowed them to just silence me. My foster parents said I could be lying or what I was saying probably wasn't accurate, so my case manager listened to the foster parents instead. I came out to talk to my case manager, and my foster parents screamed and said, "No one asked you to come out your room, so you better go back to your room. We will call you if we need you to say something." My foster parents did that in my case manager presence, and she did not do anything about it or reached out to hear my side of the story. I didn't even know that my case manager left because my foster parents did not call me out of my room. They didn't hear both sides of the story, treated me like my voice wasn't going to be heard, as it wouldn't make a difference if I said anything. I was not allowed to speak my mind or say what I had to say. Given my lived experience in a group home and foster homes, I wish I had a better support system. I wish I had a single person or many people who could relate to me in my situation. I wanted someone who will always defend me. When I realized that no one was listening to me, I lost hope and was silent about it. If I had someone listening to me, I would be happy because I know there are people out there or a person concerned about the things in the system to fix them. I would have believed that there are good people out there. I would have trusted the system because I know that the system problems will be fixed without hesitation or shifting the blame on the child if it's not the child's fault. I would believe that things would be all right and my experience in the system would have gone smoothly. What we have on paper doesn't define or doesn't make us who we are. An example of my behavioral problems. My paperwork is not comprehensive of who I am. I believe that staff or higher authorities that work for the child welfare system should allow youth to prove that certain documents or case numbers don't define who they are. I believe that paperwork and case numbers should be looked past, and staff should encourage youth to stay motivated and start completing their goals or start goals. Encourage the youth that they are human and not just a number in a piece of paper. We are human. We are youth. We deserve better treatments to have better outcomes as youth and later on in life. We should have someone in the system and outside of the system to advocate for our needs and get better support. This is why the City of Philadelphia should create the ombudsman person position for the city. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the next witness for this panel?
Yes, thank you. Next, we have Anahi. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Anahi. I have been in multiple placements in the foster care and juvenile justice system. Before I ever first came in contact with the juvenile justice system, I was attending girls' high school in Philadelphia. When I first entered into a juvenile placement facility, I lost so many relationships. I lost everything, connections with my family, my teachers, my school, and friends. I had to start all over. I moved through several types of placements when I was in the foster care and juvenile justice system. I still do not understand how I ended up at the first juvenile placement or for how long. I was living in the shelter after running away from a group home, and shortly after, I got locked up for the first time. At the police station, I remember the officer telling me I was not going to be locked up and that no one wanted to press charges. I just needed a parent or guardian to come and pick me up from the police station so I could go home. I wouldn't even have gone to placement if I would have just gotten in contact with my adopted parents or caseworker. I tried calling my caseworker and I left a message and texted. I also tried calling her supervisor and thought that the supervisor would have followed up. No one called back. No one came to get me, so I was taken to the Youth Study Center, which is now the Juvenile Justice Service Center. My caseworker came to visit me the next day, and I thought I would go home. I found out that she only had came to visit, and I couldn't leave. I remember a staff member at the Youth Study Center telling me that I could have had someone come to get me out, but not even my caseworker did. After no one came back for me, I was sent to Vision Quest. When I got there, the staff said that there wasn't any room left, so I had to go back to the Youth Study Center. Then a few days later, I was sent back to Vision Quest for 2 months straight until I was sent to another group facility. Being incarcerated and living in group placements makes you lose connections to people, family, mentors. It creates a bigger problem than what youth are going in for. It makes it harder for youth than actually helping them. I don't know why people just want to lock us up. There's no real mental health services or support when youth get there. It doesn't solve our problems. It creates more of anything. Instead, it seems like the system is more about getting money than. It seems like a system more about getting money from having kids in placement and then actually using the funds on the actual young person. Being in these placements creates a bigger hole for youth. It leaves us with more problems than before we went in. Instead, there should be more investment in community programs. Investing in the community gives you more access to programs and will help them better than just locking them up, especially because there's not currently a lot of resources in communities that kids have access to or know about. If we were to invest in the actual community, there will be changes you can actually see. I believe in creating a local ombudsman office because it will help the community. It will help you get access to mental health support and help in the community and to help kids from being locked up. If this office was around when I was in placement, maybe I never would have gone to the Youth Study Center to begin with or the group homes I would have called. If I knew there was a place I could call to report that no one was coming to pick me up, or maybe I would have had access to real schoolwork instead of learning my elementary schoolwork like ABCs and 1, 2, 3s as a 9th grader. Maybe it would have helped me reconnect to my adopted family. I support having a local ombudsman's office because it will help you get the support they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you both for sharing. Thank you for your courage. And I would ask that you both stay around until we get through the entire panel so other council members can ask questions. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next panel? And also, I don't have a script in front of me, but for the purposes of, for legal purposes, no one is allowed to use the chat feature but council members who are looking to inquire or to make a statement. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next witness for this?
Councilmember Thomas, just want to let you know for the record that I'm here at the hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Please note that Councilmember Green is present. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Councilmember Squilla also.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Squilla. I didn't know. Yep, thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, council member. Next, we have Angie. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony when you're ready to begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Angie, and I have been a youth advocate for Juvenile Law Center for almost 5 years. Placement isn't something a kid should go through, especially for small stuff. When I was younger, my parents thought they didn't know how to handle some of my behavior. They didn't know where else to turn to get help or support. When I was 15, I was initially put on house arrest, but I got frustrated about staying in the house all the time and ended up breaking curfew. I also got in trouble for trying to take off my bracelet. I had friends over for a party, and everyone stepped outside for a little bit. They were just beyond where I was allowed to be with my bracelet on. I wanted to be with my friends because I was 15 and that mattered to me, so I tried to take off my bracelet. I got sent to placement for that. In placement, I watched youth getting restrained when they were in trouble. Like when people fought, both would get restrained. One girl got arrested for fighting the staff. They argued first, and then the girl got restrained. The staff also tried to hit the girl back for fighting. Everyone had to stand in the middle of the apology and analyze what we did wrong. If you knew what happened, you would get restrained. I think he was restrained the whole time at the juvenile placement facility I was in. One person a day would probably be restrained. I also seen youth in shackles. If people had grievances, you were allowed to put the pink slips in a grievance box. They were addressed by a therapist through group therapy or one-on-one. Sometimes when youth had issues with staff, they would change which staff worked with that person. Staff had favoritism, and you will also know when they were mad at you or had an attitude if you complained about them. And but person should be everywhere. If kids don't have a safe way to share a concern, things are going to escalate for that child in placement. Placement didn't do anything for me and doesn't do anything for the youth. It makes the youth not want to repeat the offense again. But it doesn't help. It doesn't help with school. It delayed when I was able to graduate. The placements I went to had me complete electives for over a year that didn't transfer or count for me to be able to graduate. Even when I came back to regular schools, I felt really unprepared. I was behind. When I was in placement, I could tell the work wasn't on grade levels. Some kids would speak up and ask why we were doing worksheets. Those weren't taken seriously. A person could even help improve education outcomes for youth who went to placement. Finally, even the rules of probation are unrealistic and too strict. I wasn't able to speak up about this either. For example, in my case, I wasn't supposed to have contact with my co-defendant. This order was made by the judge, but this person was my best friend and lived above me in the same apartment building, so this was unrealistic. I didn't know why they made it so strict. I was a kid and I was just looking to have fun. My parents weren't trying to help me figure probation out either. They would just tell probation when I wasn't following the rules. We need to substitute placement for better solutions for kids. I think this starts with ombudsperson position created for the city of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe Councilmember Gim has returned. Madam Chair, you back?
Yes, thank you. And I'm not sure if my video is still working, but I apologize and just thank Councilmember, my vice chair, for being such a gracious host. I also just want to thank these 3 young people. I know we have one more testifier on this panel as well.
Thank you. Next, we have Geneva Williams.
Good afternoon, Ms. Williams.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name is Geneva Williams, and I'm a parent of a child that was in residential multiple times. She started receiving services at the age of 8 for attention deficit, and her diagnosis bloomed into bipolar and other diagnoses. She was she had went to the crisis center multiple times, and she got multiple beds, and the beds never seemed to fit the diagnosis. It seems as though whatever bed came up, that's where she was sent, and it's almost as though they never even looked at her diagnosis or history. So if you are an adult and you have a specialty, even for your car, you wouldn't send your Mercedes to a Jackley, but you send children places where their diagnoses don't even matter. My daughter ran away 56 times. And over the history of the times that she ran away, she was put in placements that had nothing to do with her care or evidence-based treatment or any of those things. She has went to some of the facilities that have been closed. She has been abused at some of those facilities. Some of the staff have stole her belongings, and when she asked them to return them, she was attacked and beat up. When I put a complaint in that my daughter was attacked and abused, nothing ever happened. The other staff covered up for their coworker, and the abuse continued. Because the abuse was in a recreation room that happened, it also frightened other children that were in the facility. It set a message that I can attack you, I can abuse you, and nothing will happen. My daughter went as far as Texas to facilities, and they told me that your daughter is safe, your daughter will not be harmed, and we will bring she will receive the best possible care. My daughter actually ran away from a double lock facility for more than 8 hours, and with another child, another client, and no one contacted me that my child was missing. The only reason why my child contacted the facility is because she knew no one in Texas. So she came back for her own safety and not because they found her or put in a police report that she was ever missing, and she or notified me that she was missing. When she was there, she received school on the education on the campus, but the education was not appropriate, even though she thrived when she was there doing it. The Philadelphia school system will not receive a child's educational information until they actually come back to Philadelphia. Sometimes that means that a child could be out of school for weeks and months at a time because no program or return to school has been offered to the child. So they will not accept the child's packet to return to school until they actually come back to Philadelphia. If the child is going into a partial program, they're doing third grade work, even though they might be trying to prepare to leave and graduate from high school. The medication doesn't have to be appropriate. The medication, children are told that to take your medication and you will feel normal. That leads into some type of co-occurring diagnosis. Some children start to self-medicate when they cannot get their psych meds because when they come home, they do not have a prescription from a therapist in Philadelphia to give them their medications. So children are often at their own ends, and they may become self-medicating, which will open the door to other system involvement. This system involvement might be in juvenile justice. In my child's case, she didn't have a human services or anything involvement, but it can go into other involvements in other systems. So you start off receiving care for attention deficit, end up and further diagnosis with bipolar, end up being abused in multiple systems, and then you may have later receive come into a co-occurring diagnosis and have other system involvement. I hope the children of Philadelphia receive the care that we as an adults should care about our children. And one of the other issues I had with case management was it was not realistic. I was told by case managers you should quit your job so you could be home for your kids. I was told that I had therapists that cried in sessions with my daughter, so they were not seasoned professionals. I've had multiple system therapeutic people that I've had to fire or had been dismissed from my daughter's care because they were not therapeutically beneficial for her care. A therapist should not be crying with their client. When my son was killed, I asked for a one-on-one. It was denied. My daughter came home, and because she was at a risk to run away, we could not sleep the whole time she was there because she would be on the run and not be able to return back to her therapeutic setting because she would be gone for more than 72 hours. It's unbelievable that the city of Philadelphia schools will not take a child's placement to start them in education. And I find out this is still going on after 15 years. Thank you so much for listening to a little bit of my daughter's story. And I hope the ombudsman will be therapeutic and beneficial for the city children of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Williams, for your testimony and for sharing your daughter's story. I want to thank especially the young people on here, Dwayne, Anahi, Angie, for sharing very personal stories, Mrs. Williams for sharing such deeply personal stories to urge us to take action. One of the things that we have to remember is that when young people go into placement, the entity responsible is the facility. So it is really important for us to know how to keep, where young people turn to. And I think we heard that really powerfully today. I know Councilmember Johnson had a few comments or questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the courage of our young people for taking time out of their schedule to tell their truth. And that just empowers us and inspires us to continue to advocate and fight on their behalf. And Mom Williams, you as well, for being an advocate and making sure that your daughter is protected in this process. And so just wanted to take a moment and just thank all of you because I know it's not easy, right? But to give your testimony is encouraging, but most importantly, courageous. And so just want to acknowledge that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember Brooks?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm kind of stuck in awe as we start these conversations. We hear about Black mental health and encouraging folks to get mental health support. And then hearing Ms. Williams talk about reaching out for support for her daughter and end up in systems and cycles of incarceration and abuse, which is definitely problematic. And also hearing the young folks' stories about same thing, mental health and the need for mental health supports and end up in the carceral system. Ms. Williams, do you have any thoughts on, or what would you tell other parents that are struggling with young folks with mental health diagnoses and needing to reach out for supports?
One of the things that I find that is so important for parents to actually understand the ages and stages of development. Some of the things that children are, unless they are putting, actually harming themselves, but some of these behaviors are teenage behaviors that you're being penalized for. The reason why my daughter became in care is because it was life-threatening. She ran away 56 times. And at the 17th time, the 20th time, the 21st time, and going through all these placements, the major reason why she was in placement was to save her life. So when we put children, or we take our children to the crisis center, the major reason why is because we want them safe, we do not want them harmed, and we want them to have the appropriate evidence-based therapies. You cannot treat a child with bipolar as same as you would treat a child that's autistic. You can't treat the child who is a fire starter the same as you would treat a child that's hyperactive and have some other behavior crisis that's going on. One of the things that we want to be as advocates for our children is to get them the most appropriate care in the most appropriate setting. And we don't want them to languish into settings because this institution is making $1 off of our children. My daughter's goals and objectives didn't change for 6 months. How is that possible? And you have her 24 hours a day. But because you're getting money from the city of Philadelphia and she's always in Texas, you're getting away with it. It needs to be a serious amount of stringent care in reading these records that are being sent. Parents need to be able to understand the language so they're not being taken advantage of, as well as their children.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And then for the young people, I think it was Angie spoke of what she needed at the time before going into the system. But for Dewan or Nahi or any of the other young folks that spoke, what was the thing that you needed at that time before going into the system? What you needed from adults, whether your family, your teachers, like any adults that were around?
Nahi, are you able to be on?
So I really didn't I was just having family issues around the time, so it wasn't really a need for me to go to any placements. I feel like if they would have just provided me and my family with maybe family therapy or something, I feel like that would have been what I really needed, or what we all needed, because it was just I was just going through whatever I was going through, so I was just running away. I ran away twice, I think, or 3 times. I don't remember, but it wasn't because I wanted to. It was just I just needed to get away from my parents at that time. But I didn't really need to go to a juvenile placement facility. I didn't need to go to a group home. I didn't need to go to any of those places.
Thank you for that. Dewan, do you have any thoughts of what you feel you would have needed instead of placement at that time?
Yes. I want to say at that time in the very beginning, What I really needed was the resources and the support from, I guess, all of the adults, even my own, parents. Maybe they wish they could have advocated for more, but DHS workers, I wish, or case managers, social workers, I wish they would have found more resources and support systems, such as kinship care, or even doing maybe a more better investigation instead of removing me from the home and placing me in these foster homes, group homes, and maybe eventually, if they done offer more resources, more services, things would probably most likely would have gone a bit more better for me, instead of me having to deal with being in these types of facilities for years.
Thank you so much. I think I got every young person with that question, but thank you so much for your bravery and your honesty, and for sharing your truth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, thank you. And this question is for all of the youth, just to get their perspective. The first part of the question is, how do you think such an office, if created, could have been supportive of you? And also, the type of two would be, what type of support systems do you believe should be in place within such an office to be supportive of you as you address issues within the system?
Can you repeat the first question, please?
The first question is, how do you believe such an office could be supportive of you as relates to the issues that you were addressing? And do you think such an office is necessary?
I can answer that one. I do believe the office is very necessary. Like I was explaining in my testimony, if this office was created, it would obviously help a lot of families, a lot of youth, be more confident, feel that they're safe, feel that they believe that they have someone that they can rely on and report things that doesn't go unheard. Because obviously, and realistically, we have a lot of, officials, social workers, case managers, staff. They don't do what they really need to do. And creating this office will make sure that people do their jobs, make sure that obviously that this is somebody, an ombudsman person, this is an office that I can say that my needs and my voice is being heard and I'm not being censored. So I believe an ombudsman person in the city of Philadelphia would be very great if it was created.
Thank you. Thank you. Angie or Anahi? Mom Harris?
I have
I'll go.
Angie, why don't you go first, and then we'll let Mrs. Williams go afterwards. Is that okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Angie, you're first.
I think we're kind of the same thing, but you said, like, how would you serve hope? Just being having more than it was in the past.
Thank you, Angie. Mrs. Williams?
I have a question. Within this office, is there a youth advocate component to empower youth?
I think one of the questions that we're doing for this hearing, if I could, Councilmember Johnson, is it okay if I
Absolutely.
Okay. Is to ask really families what would they want, as we're discussing the outlines of a potential office. What is it that you want to see that would have made something different for you, your daughter, your children, and maybe other families that you've seen?
I think peer specialists for family members would be empowering for family members so they would understand the role that they play in the advocacy of their children and youth that they're supporting. And I would think that a youth peer specialist would be important to end because the youth peer specialist will speak the language of a youth. It will empower them. And I think this office of ombudsman needs to be posted in so many media forms that children and youth can use this anonymously to be able to have a voice when they are in the systems of care.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very, very helpful insight.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Johnson. Are there any other questions for this first panel? I just want to say to Dwayne, Anahi, and Angie, again, I think you heard it from all of us. We commend you for coming forward and speaking about your experiences. I want to underscore how incredibly impressed we are with with the clarity by which you've brought this. I'm grateful that you've connected with organizations and groups that are helping work through some of the issues and that you've become incredible advocates, not only for yourselves, but for other young people who are currently in the system. We're going to continue to keep your voices at the forefront. To Mrs. Williams, as a mother, as one who has grieved and protected and nurtured your family, we're going to do right by you, and we've got to do better. But part of this hearing and part of the reason for panels 1 and 3 to be guided by young people and mothers and guardians like yourself is that you're directing this informational hearing. This is not just about the city picking and choosing what is easiest or most comfortable for us. It's guided by what our young people need right now. And we heard that loud and clear from Dwayne, from Anahi, and from Angie, and from yourself. And for that, we're incredibly grateful. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
Yes. Next, we have Kimberly Ali, Commissioner, Department of Human Services, City of Philadelphia.
Welcome, Commissioner. If you can, please state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Yes, I am Kimberly Ali. I am Commissioner for the Philadelphia Department of Human Services. Good afternoon, Chairperson Helen Gim and Vice Chairperson Isaiah Thomas. I am Kimberly Ali, Commissioner of the City of Philadelphia Department of Human Services. With me today are members of my DHS leadership team, as well as Jonathan Hulan, Chief Deputy City Solicitor of the City of Philadelphia Law Department Child Welfare Unit. Before I go any further, I also want to extend my gratitude to the young people who just spoke, to Ms. Williams, who also just spoke. I appreciate your candor, your honesty, as well as your courageousness. And I will also extend my gratitude to the third panel. Listening and hearing from you certainly improves my ability as a leader. We are grateful for this opportunity to provide testimony to the city and the public in response to resolution number 210126 regarding the potential establishment of an ombudsperson office for families and youth to report concerns regarding congregate or residential facilities. We also appreciate your ongoing partnership and dialogue through the Youth Residential Placement Task Force. At Philadelphia DHS, the largest county child welfare agency in the Commonwealth, our mission is to provide and promote safety, permanency, and well-being for children and youth at risk of abuse, neglect, and delinquency. As DHS Commissioner, let me be clear that keeping children and youth safe, especially those who are in the city's legal custody, is my number one priority. I wholeheartedly agree with the recommendation of the task force that an independent Youth Services Ombudsperson office be established to receive and investigate concerns from youth and families about safety or services. It is essential that children and youth who need residential care and their families and communities have a clear path to express their concerns and for their voices to be heard, speaking from their lived experiences. An ombudsperson office must be easy and safe for youth and families to access, have clear investigative authority, the ability to institute systemic reform, and to issue corrective action to entities not in compliance with rules and regulation. It is for these reasons that the Office of Children and Families and DHS support creating an ombudsperson office at the state level. It is our belief that a local entity will lack the ability to exercise the authority necessary to truly support youth and their families. In my testimony today, I will go into detail why a state office is better for young people and their families. But first, I think it is important for the public to be aware of the many ways DHS is addressing the fundamental concerns underlying the recommendation for the creation of an ombudsperson office. We are hopeful that this office would enhance the work that we are already doing. Our multi-tier strategies include reducing the number of youth in congregate care in the first place, robustly monitoring all providers, and empowering youth and families to exercise their rights and be informed of clear ways to get help when needed. First and foremost, DHS has made significant progress in reducing the number of children who are in congregate care and keeping more children and youth safely in their own communities and homes. As a result of our laser focus on these issues over the past several years, DHS has significantly reduced the use of these facilities. DHS has reduced the number of youth in dependent congregate care by 57%. And by 87% in delinquent places over the past 7 years. And the numbers continue to decline significantly each year. As of this week, there are currently 361 youth in dependent care. This is down from 458 only a year ago and 842 youth 7 years ago. And 118 youth in delinquent care as of this week, down from 219 1 year ago and 875 youth 7 years ago. In addition, a new federal law, the Family First Prevention Services Act, will result in further reductions and shorter lengths of stay by limiting the time frame for federal reimbursements for congregate care and incentivizing further reductions in such placements. We are now in our second year of issuing a congregate care report, which demonstrates DHS commitment to transparency and improving quality services for children, youth, and families in congregate care. It includes an extremely thorough review of both compliance and quality indicators for providers of dependent and delinquent residential services that contract with DHS. I strongly urge you to review this report that contains a detailed report of all of the congregate care providers. We have built and continue to enhance an incredibly robust monitoring system for all providers that is managed by our Performance Management and Technology Division. Our Service Concerns Unit conducts assessments that address contract, program, and/or service delivery quality issues. This includes serious incidents that involve the safety of children and require immediate follow-up to identify the nature of the incident, what caused it, and what programmatic or policy changes can be made to prevent it from occurring again. If the serious incident involves an allegation of abuse or neglect, then the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services or Philadelphia's Child Abuse Hotline are responsible for investigating. Assessments require analysts to gather data through different methods, including site visits, interviews of youth and staff, and review of files to gather information regarding the concerns. Depending on the findings of an assessment, providers are required to implement a correction action plan, which includes the action steps that the provider will take to resolve the problem, the implementation timeline, and who will be responsible for the monitoring and oversight of the plan. PMT conducts follow-up reviews and track progress and ensure that initial concerns were successfully addressed. In FY20, PMT began incorporating validated service serious incidents and service concerns into the overall performance level scores for congregate care providers. Also, DHS University conducts assessments of climate and culture with all positions and levels at designated providers, including but not limited to frontline workers, middle managers, that includes supervisors, associate directors, and directors, executive leadership, administrative, medical, and educational personnel. In many incidents, we also interview security and janitorial staff as well. Upon completion of this assessment, DHSU generates a findings report that extracts high-level themes and includes DHSU recommendations. Both PMT and DHSU monitor the provider's implementation of the recommendations. Since young people are the heart of what we do, we have prioritized informing them of their rights in new ways and providing them with clear guidance about how to get help. Guides about youth rights when placed in congregate care facilities have been developed to better communicate to youth and their families about their rights and how to address concerns that arise before, during, and after placement. The guides were developed in partnership between DHS, Community Behavioral Health, and other system partners through the task force. The youth and family guides respond to youth and family concerns identified by the task force during a year-long listening and planning process. Residential facility placement providers must use the rights guides in addition to existing facility documents to inform youth and their families of the youth's rights while in placement and the multiple pathways to express concerns and get help if needed. This requirement applies for all youth currently in placement in the facility, newly placed youth, and youth re-entering the facility. Providers are required to provide and review these guides with youth and families at minimum upon arrival in their primary language if needed. Finally, the DHS Commissioner's Action Response Office, CAIRO, plays an essential role in assisting constituents with questions, concerns, or complaints about services provided by DHS. From the outreach made by constituents in 2020, CAIRO received over 400 telephone contacts and over 200 emails. CAIRO is staffed with experienced social work staff, including 1 director and 2 social work program analysts who are assigned inquiries within 24 to 48 business hours and speak with people individually to address their concerns and complaints. The CAIRO staff also help make appropriate linkages to relevant entities for further investigations, services, or follow-up. As stated previously, DHS wholeheartedly supports the need for an independent, centralized, confidential resource for youth and their families to report concerns across systems and providers statewide. As the task force noted, no single point of contact exists for addressing concerns about services in youth residential placement across multiple systems and regulators. Having this single point of contact would strengthen the system. However, this office is better situated at the state level because of the Commonwealth's statewide jurisdiction, its ability to institute stronger remedies and systemic reform, and the existence of confidentiality barriers at the local level. The city is prepared to advocate for an office at the state level, and in fact has already voiced support for this work at the Pennsylvania Juvenile Justice Task Force. Housing an ombudsperson office at the state level would allow for one central state entity that will receive complaints throughout the Commonwealth and be seen as the definitive resource for both youth in care and other concerned parties such as their families. Adding yet another resource at the local level would, on the contrary, only add to the pre-existing confusion which was noted on the task force meetings of youth and families about who to call. As mentioned above, there are already significant resources at the local level for complaints to be received and addressed. Also, a state office will have greater ability to leverage its position to affect systemic change. Its recommendations will be far more powerful given their ability to be shared with the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services, which has the power to issue citations and revoke an operating license. There is precedent for this concept through current state legislation, which seeks to establish a children's mental health ombudsperson. The legislation specifically references the use of state agency enforcement to resolve complaints as recommended by the ombudsperson. Some may argue that advocating for change at the state level is a hopeless task, but in fact, significant changes in the Child Protective Services law have emerged in the last decade, most notably in the wake of the Sandusky case, and most recently in the establishment of a child advocate by the state's Office of Advocacy and Reform. This child advocate could be invested via state legislation with powers envisioned by the task force ombudsperson recommendation. Alternatively, a separate state ombudsperson could be established. Philadelphia's current power is contractual. DHS has not shied from using this tool to address provider service quality and safety concerns. However, this power is limited. Even while Philadelphia DHS has stopped contracting and sending Philadelphia youth to providers with poor service quality and safety concerns, these same providers continue contracts with other counties and states. Given these limitations, statewide systemic issues remain unresolved. Lastly, under the State Child Protective Services law, information regarding county involvement in child welfare cases is confidential. Exceptions can only be made for certain individuals and entities specifically listed in the statute. State law does not include a local ombudsperson in that list. And to be sure, locating an ombudsperson in a city office other than DHS will not somehow overcome the strict confidentiality requirements of the law. The inability to have information be submitted confidentially also is a significant barrier to receiving anonymous complaints and would likely discourage families and youth from reporting problems. If a report were made anonymously, a local ombudsperson would have to seek the consent of the child or the child's parents in order to collect information from DHS regarding the complaint. One can imagine the awkwardness and trauma that seeking such consents based on an anonymous complaint may cause. A state ombudsperson, on the other hand, will be able to gather and investigate without enlisting the victim of the complaint, who may be frightened and hesitant to participate. Furthermore, without the protection of confidentiality, any information reported to the local ombudsperson will be open to subpoena. Children and families will not be protected from public exposure. Establishing an ombudsperson at a local level may very well have the unintended consequence of exacerbating the very trauma that such an office is designed to address. A child or family who wishes to have their concerns examined in a confidential manner could find themselves thrust into an unforgiving public arena. Again, this concern can best and only be addressed through a state ombudsperson. We are committed to continuing our work at the state level and in partnership with City Council to advocate for an appropriately resourced state ombudsperson office to provide greater voice to youth and families and help us build a quality system of support. I want to thank you for allowing me to testify. My team and I are available to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ali. We appreciate your testimony and have, certainly taken it into consideration. First, I want to just underscore some of the things that you and your predecessor have been able to do. One, first and foremost, want to acknowledge the commission's, your office's work in reducing the number of young people in congregate care and being an advocate for that reduction. That's been significant. I think, in 2014 maybe or 2015, we were at something like 1,800 young people in these facilities, and now we're at about 800 or so. Is that accurate?
We are at about 700 and so.
700, yeah. And just want to say thanks, and acknowledge the work that went into it. I also want to acknowledge the fact that, after the homicide of David Hess at Wordsworth, you worked swiftly to visit a number of these facilities, to review them, to put people on temporary, to close intake in cases where it was deemed warranted. And you've been, aggressive about closing facilities. Ending the relationship with Glen Mills was critically important. Devereaux as well, Vision Quest. We can go on and on about all of that. And I think we both, and you've been a great partner on the Juvenile Justice Task Force. We share the mission, and I share with you, and I know my colleagues will say the same. We all want the state to do it. We want the state, and I think you acknowledge the importance of having a single point of contact about addressing concerns about the safety of young people in residential placement. And that the state is the best place to do it. But I think the issue that we have here is that we don't actually know if the state will ever take that up. That has been on the books for a while. We have met now twice with DHS. The current commissioner at the state level is stepping down at the end of this month. And so we're now once again in flux. And we still have hundreds and hundreds of our children in these facilities. I think one of the questions, that does come up, because we heard it repeatedly from this from this panel, Anahi, I think, and Angie spoke about it, and we'll definitely hear it in the next youth panel. But DHS, do you feel like you're equipped to evaluate educational facilities for educational learning at these facilities?
We are not. We rely on the expertise from the School District of Philadelphia, but also from the Pennsylvania Department of Education. Our expertise at DHS is child welfare and juvenile justice services. So we rely on our colleagues who have the expertise in education to evaluate those facilities in terms of their on-ground schooling.
And currently, there's no real means for example, Pennsylvania Department of Education to evaluate these facilities for their educational quality. Is that correct?
So Pennsylvania Department of Education does evaluate the facilities. I'm just not sure in terms of the robust nature of their evaluation or the frequency of the evaluation.
I think our task force really made very clear that one, even in the meeting that we had with Pennsylvania Department of Education, that they really didn't feel that they licensed the facilities. I don't think they evaluate them. We had to meet with them, and they were very clear that they may license the facilities and give them an educational license, but they don't evaluate them in any regular way. They barely have a count of whether children with IEPs even receive those services. And that's a legal mandate. Is that correct?
Got it. I was not aware of that. I did think that they did evaluate. Again, didn't know the frequency in terms of that evaluation, but that they did do an evaluation of on-ground facilities, given the fact that they licensed them.
And you believe that would you say you believe they evaluate them regularly?
I told you I didn't know the frequency of their evaluation, so I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
Okay. The other question that I had is a little bit about, the review of DHS of its own facilities. There are scores I know that are assigned to various reports, and we have been in dialogue about the serious abuse that occurred at Devereaux, according to the Inquirer's reporting this year. And most especially, it's of serious concern because it involved children with very serious disabilities, some of whom are nonverbal. This included sexual abuse of children, and it only came to light because it ultimately got reported to police. the teenagers often told law enforcement that they were afraid to speak up. I think this is something that we are hearing consistently within youth testimonies. In one particular case, there was a young boy who had been sexually assaulted by a male staff member, and he felt like he had to speak up because that individual was now abusing his little brother. The report on Devereaux said that it took decades to reckon with supervision lapses that led to assault, a cycle well documented in criminal and civil court records. I think even in the case of Wordsworth, before the homicide of David Hess, there were 800 calls to police. But one of our concerns is the score for Devereaux's facility. In the report, the Brandywine campus got 3 green dots, which categorizes them as optimal at the time, and was the highest rating available by DHS. So can you explain how that score is possible, given that there was a history of abuse that occurred at Devereaux, and how can we look at these scores if they don't reflect the realities of young people in these facilities?
I think definitely one of the things that we just incorporated this year in terms of the congregate care report was incorporating valid service concerns as well as serious incidents. So we evaluated based on a particular time period. So that definitely is taken into consideration. In order to understand more about the actual indicators, I will actually defer it to my colleague, Lisa Rodriguez, who is Chief of our Performance Management and Technology, and she can speak more to both the compliance as well as the quality indicators that's contained in the congregate care report. So Lisa?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
If you could just state your name for the record and your title, and then proceed.
Yes, my name is Lisa Rodriguez, and I'm the Chief of Performance Management and Technology for the Department of Human Services and the Office of Children and Families. So one of the when we evaluate providers, we evaluate them on an annual basis. The indicators include compliance indicators with state, federal, and local regulations, and then quality indicators from the intake process to the discharge process. I think one of the reasons that Devereaux when we evaluate the providers, we're evaluating them for that year, and the methodology includes a sampling of files, interviews with staff and youth, and then obviously, and it's files not just about compliance, but we look at their case plans, and we look at how the service array that was provided for the youth, how it's connected to the initial assessment, etc. The reports of abuse at Devereaux, which were horrendous, were during a time frame that was not during the time frame that we evaluated them. So it does happen sometimes that when we evaluate a provider during the period of evaluation and the sample that we see and evaluate, that their scores are satisfactory, whether it's compliance or quality or both. However, the service concern piece is an incident incorporating to that score is very important. In our first year of evaluations, we reported out on that, but we hadn't figured out a way to score it. And in our second year, we did, because we know it's important. Those incidents that you're referring to are not for the time period of evaluation, for that annual evaluation that we were doing. It doesn't,
Yeah. So, Ms. Rodriguez, so just for clarity, the lawsuit that was filed around Devereaux alleged abuse of young people between the years of 2003 and 2019, and that there were multiple cases of abuse over time. I assume that we're not just looking at each case annually, piece by piece, but we're trying to understand a history of abuse and how that informs the evaluation. And who were incredibly vulnerable. it was inconceivable to read about some of the cases of abuse, and yet they happen time and time again. The testimony that we're hearing from young people that opened up and from parents themselves is that if they call Childline, there is no means of a support. They're not sure who to call in other places. And so, we cannot continue to take on these facilities merely by reading about it in the papers. Public witnessing, even if it happens to another child, these are not enormous facilities. Not all of them are. Our young people may witness a sexual assault. They may witness of abuse. Just because they weren't the exact subject of that does not excuse the fact that there's an intimidating environment that's created. There can be a dangerous environment that's created. There can be no educational environment, as we've heard from some of our young people. So, it is a big question for us about whether, your contracts require providers to disclose, even if it's depersonalized information regarding abuse of any students within their care. I mean, that's something that you could request, right?
We could request that. I think one of the issues or limitations, and we can request that in our contracts, one of the limitations is just relying on the provider to report it. Hence is one of the reasons why we developed, in concert with CBH and various other stakeholders, the Family and Youth Guide, so that we won't rely on professionals in order to file a complaint, that families know who to file a complaint with, young people know who to file a complaint with, and they too can remain anonymous when they file a complaint with us. So yes, I do agree with you. However, I just recognize the limitations in terms of relying on a facility to report the abuse. Now, we do have facilities who report it to Childline, and then because it's a Philadelphia young person, we certainly become aware of that. But again, you relying on a facility to report. So we also want to empower families and youth to do that reporting as well.
I mean, you can understand the concern, though, that families might have about calling DHS if DHS is the one that placed the youth at the facility. You could understand the concerns around that, right?
I can understand the concerns. Certainly don't want to minimize the concerns. That's one of the reasons why we at DHS is really pushing for hiring youth peer specialists as well as family peer specialists, so that families and young people can feel comfortable reporting it to their peers who have lived experiences versus a caseworker.
Okay. Councilmember Johnson, I believe you had a question.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I just want to acknowledge Kim Ali. I'm proud to see you in this position. We both knew each other when, and so just to see you serving as commissioner at DHS, and we both come from South Philadelphia, is truly a happy moment. So, I probably didn't get a chance. I think I probably told you again in the past, but congratulations. Continue to keep up the good work. And so I definitely want to start off by acknowledging that. Just a couple questions. I just want to say for the record, to our technical team, I think we should just start using Zoom. Zoom is an easier platform. I've never had to log out using Zoom. And just a public recommendation, I'm going to go ahead and put that out there. So I've never been logged out of any Zoom presentation, webinar, so something just to think about.
Good point, Councilmember. We're just going to pause everybody until we can get back up on channel 64. Great. Thank you so much. Councilmember Johnson, you had a question.
Welcome
you can
back.
Repeat it.
And just finish my acknowledgement, but yes, Commissioner Ali, great to see you in that position, and just, seeing your trajectory, just proud to, acknowledge that you represent our neighborhood. My question is around the decrease in children in placement And so I want to get an idea, and I know you talked about the number is somewhere around, I think we went from 1,800 down to about 700 now, right? Which is a great accomplishment. And I want to get an idea of how many of the youth, so we terminated several different contracts, right, from different placement agencies. So, and that number, how many of the youth came from those particular facilities? Your Glen Mills, your Deverex contracts. Give me an idea.
Okay, first I actually stand corrected. When I gave you the number around 700 young people, that was actually as of last year. So currently we have 479 young people in congregate care. That's not our total placement population. In terms of, I'll do it off the top of my head. So George Jr., in terms of dependent and delinquent, when we stopped contracting with that facility and closed the intake, they were at a high of 200 young people. So they had 100 from the dependency system and 100 from the delinquent system. Vision Quest probably had somewhere around 35 or so young people. Then we also had Glen Mills. So Glen Mills at the time had maybe about 50 to 75 young people. Devereaux at the time that we closed their intake in August had 26 young people that were committed to DHS. Mid-Atlantic had maybe about 12 or so young people. But remember, those numbers that I'm quoting are numbers when we were at an all-time high in terms of congregate care. So as I indicated in my testimony, the reduction on the dependent side was 57% in terms of congregate care, and then on the delinquent side, 87% in terms of the reduction in congregate care.
So is it safe to say that a significant portion of the transition were based upon the termination of contracts?
So some of the transition occurred because of the termination of contracts, but other things occurred. For example, on the dependency side, we recognize the traumatic experience for young people. I mean, our first panel talked about the trauma that they suffered as a result of being placed in foster homes, although we have some great foster parents as well as group homes. So we have a push around placing young people with kin. So people that they know, people that they may have grown up with in the community, their teachers, coaches, we have a loose definition of kin. So when you think about our placement population, we have 51% of our placement population that is in kinship care. So what we do is, number one, we want kinship care to be the first placement, but when it's not the first placement for young people and the young person is placed in foster care or congregate care, we do an ongoing search in order to place young people with kin. So I would say kinship care is certainly a big push. Our other push is around supporting families and children in their own homes. So we've used placement on the dependent side as the last resort. We have a higher level of review by way of an administrator or director before it even goes to our law department to determine, is this young person absolutely unsafe that I cannot put in supportive service to keep the young person safe? If we can't put in services to keep the young person safe, then we will petition the court for a removal. So those are some of the efforts we did on the dependency side. And then on the delinquent side, a lot of efforts around diversion, intensive prevention services, our evening reporting centers, our GPS monitoring. So I would say in addition to the closing, but also a continuum of services to help support young people.
And how many contracts have been terminated just based upon those contracts with service providers that at the end of the day, like vis-a-vis Glen Mills, just really wasn't protecting and looking out for our children? Give me, just say for the record, how many contracts have we terminated with particular service providers?
So since 2016, since Wordsworth, we terminated 6 congregate care contracts, and of the 6, 2 facilities are still operating.
But do the 2 facilities still receive children from the city of Philadelphia?
No.
Okay.
They do not.
Okay. And so I just want to look at the correlation between the termination of contracts because the service providers weren't really protecting our children, and then also how the contribution of the decrease in children not being in placement based upon the termination of those service contracts. And so that's one aspect in terms of why our young people aren't in placement. But then also I hear your efforts saying, but we discourage placement as a last option. So we have other safeguards that we try to do so a young person don't go in placement. So I just wanted to make that correlation. But in regard to the ombudsman position, right? And I know, let's say there weren't any legal ramifications, or so to speak, that's debatable, right? Would you be supportive of an office if there was no legal debate, no legal policies issues, no confidentiality issues? Would you be supportive of a local I can't this word?
I know it's very ombudsperson. It is a tongue twister.
Ombudsperson, yes. So would you? I have to ask that.
So I would say this: that is not only the legal, the legalities around confidentiality. The other major issue that we haven't necessarily talked about in detail is really around the remedies, right? So what the state can do versus what the city of Philadelphia can do. For example, I just indicated that we did stop contracting with 6 facilities since 2016, and 2 continue to operate. So we don't. Can
I ask you this part though? And so when I think, and the reason why I asked the question, our primary role is to protect the children here in the city of Philadelphia, right? Yeah. I don't care less what happens in Allegheny County, right? I don't care less what happens in Erie County, right? Because at the end of the day, this is DHS of the city of Philadelphia, right? And our primary responsibility are protecting the children that come from the city. And so I think that we're just as competent, or even more, to be honest with you, as it relates to reform measures that can be implemented on the city level as opposed to the state level. And let me just give you an example. So there's an Office of Victim Advocate, right, in the state of Pennsylvania. And recently I passed legislation to introduce the Office of Victim Advocate on the city of Philadelphia level. And some folks said, it's going to be confusing. But here's the reason why I moved forward with the legislation to create the Office of Victim Advocate on the city level is because in the state of Pennsylvania, right, everyone knows that the city of Philadelphia is viewed a little differently than other local counties and municipalities, right? That's why we're always fighting for educational funding, right? And when it comes to state officials, like really zeroing in on supporting our youth, our families here in the city of Philadelphia, sometimes it's a struggle and a fight for us to get them there to see things that are taking place here in the city of Philadelphia. And so like with the Office of Victims Advocate, we have had 500 homicides here in the city of Philadelphia just this last year, right? Mm-hmm. And the policy on the state level, they have been supportive, but not to the extent around the issue of gun violence. Their particular issue with the Office of Victims Advocate on the state level was fighting for domestic violence and individuals who are impacted by sexual assault, which is a very worthy issue to address. So I just want to say that for the record. But the voices for the mothers, right, and the fathers and the families who are losing young people day after day, the senseless gun violence was pretty much non-existent in terms of them having a voice and someone really looking at this issue in a totality issue. That's why the position is vacant as we have this conversation today. And so our efforts with a local office is not to duplicate, but work in partnership, work hand in hand, right, to make sure that we aren't supporting, right, institutions that aren't protecting our children. And I do just want to acknowledge that, like, some of these abuses have been taking place for so long, right? The state never swooped in and said, we're going to support the city of Philadelphia and say, you know what? We see that you have, I guess, through the child line and Ducaro, these complaints of abuses. And I haven't seen them step up to the plate and say, you know what? We'll come in and we'll do a hearing with DHS and the members of the city council and the families in the city of Philadelphia regarding these issues. And it seemed like they only got addressed when the inquiry started doing some investigations and the issue became one where it's like, okay, either we have to do something because at the end of the day, doing nothing is totally unacceptable. At least that's how I look at it from the outside looking. And so for me, I just think a local office doesn't duplicate the efforts. I think it actually probably strengthens the effort of protecting our youth. But I'm really big on, and I'll wrap up on this, just advocating locally and coming up with our own policies, particularly for the city of Philadelphia, because our area is pretty much different in our city, and our needs are a little different than other municipalities across the state. And listen, I applaud DHS for terminating those contracts. And if other counties still want to send their children, that's good for those counties, right? But we know it's not good for our children and our families here in the city of Philadelphia. And so for me, it's making sure that we're protecting our children as we move forward in this process. So I just wanted to just put that out there for the record, because I believe, charity starts at home. The protection of our youth starts at home. And so anything that takes place across the state of Pennsylvania, I think their legislators need to address it in their capacity, but our role as local council members are to address this issue locally. And so I just wanted to put that out there for the record.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Brooks?
Thank you so much. I want to thank Commissioner Ali for your testimony, but I have a few questions about the 2020 congregate care report that you shared with us. According to that report, there were two facilities that received unsatisfactory rating, and 7 facilities that received needs improvements. Can you tell us if there are children from Philadelphia in these facilities, and if so, how many?
Yes. So let me start with the 2 facilities that received unsatisfactory. One of the facilities is no longer a provider for DHS. The other facility is a provider. Group home is a provider. I'll ask for my team. I may have to get back to you, Council Member Brooks, with the number of young people. They are a group home, so they're not a large institution. I just don't want to quote a number. I will say that typically group homes have anywhere between 6 and 8 young people as opposed to a large institution. But I see my team texting now to give a sense of how many people are there. Young people are there. In terms of the other facilities, we do have young people, the other facilities that have a needs improvement, which is a score between 70 to 79%. We do have young people in those facilities. And so let me say, I don't know how many in each facility, but we can certainly get that back to council in terms of the number of young people in each of those facilities. But I also want to indicate, and it's outlined in this report, in that anytime a provider scores at even fair, needs improvement, or certainly unsatisfactory, we require that provider to submit a corrective action plan. We monitor the corrective action plan, so we meaning our Division of Performance Management and Technology. So we monitor that. We also have our DHS University that provides technical assistance to that provider, because our belief is that we want to help the provider achieve optimal levels. And if they cannot achieve optimal levels, then we will move to either closing intake or terminating that particular contract.
And did you say that was at the needs improvement stage or at unsatisfactory?
So even fair, depending on fair, although fair is between 80 and 89%, depending on the indicator, the overall could be fair, but then there could be an indicator that we are concerned about. Then we will put them on a corrective action plan for that particular indicator. So from fair, needs improvement, and certainly unsatisfactory. And then what we do, as opposed to a yearly monitoring, then we monitor them between every 3 and 6 months, depending on their scoring.
Okay, so my follow-up to that is, what resources are available to the young people from Philadelphia who are currently at these unsatisfactory needs improvements or fair facilities currently?
So sorry, my apologies.
No, it's fine. I'm concerned that they may be very likely to need they may need to report concerns, like the ones we've heard earlier from the young folks who testified earlier today. And do they have resources available to them currently?
Yes, so the resources that they will have available to them currently is certainly the individual and tailored resources according to their needs. So so they will be connected with behavioral health supports. Of course, they have educational supports, but in terms of if they need to report a concern, one of the recommendations of the Youth Residential Placement Task Force was for us to issue and develop a family rights guide as well as a youth rights guide. So all of these young people were given youth guides in order for them to know who to report their concerns to, as well as their families. We also hosted forums with the providers around our expectations around making sure that young people know who to report, and they don't have to report to the provider necessarily if they have concerns. They have a child advocate that they can report to, certainly a DHS or community umbrella agency that they could report to. They were also given the number to DHS hotline as well as Childline if they also need to make a report. And then we also instruct them, anybody that they have a relationship with in terms of a connection, if they have concerns, report to them as well.
So do all of the children have a child advocate?
Yes, every young person who is in DHS custody has a child advocate.
And the child advocate is an outside entity, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I have one more question about the scores on the 2020 report. There were two particular facilities that we know about who received the score of optimal, which is the highest score available. But these facilities had disturbing incidents reported in the news during this time period of report. I think Councilmember Johnson may have alluded to some of these. And one of the facilities was the Summit Academy. I think January of 2020, 6 Summit Academy students were arrested for assaulting another student. And this happened right in the middle of the time period of this report, which was July 19th to June 2020. Another one was Adelphia, which in March 19, the state DHS secretary at the time found substantial claims that a staff had sexually abused a young person over 3 weeks. And that was a month before this report was out. So how is it possible for events like the 6-on-1 assault or several weeks of sexual abuse to occur and an institution still receive the highest optimal score?
I will say this, Councilmember Brooke, and certainly Councilmember Gim also pointed this out. That certainly is a limitation in that we look at Philadelphia young people only, given the fact that we have additional information by way of media, by way of we do go on the state website to determine whether or not the state has cited the facility or not. That's something that our Division of Performance Management Technology will go back and take into consideration, because at this point it's Philadelphia young people only and not young people that is outside of Philadelphia. But I will say that those are serious incidents, significant concerns. So we should think about how do we weigh those concerns, even if they're not Philadelphia young people. So we will definitely take that back.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I thank you for answering these questions. That is my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Brooks. Commissioner Ali, again, we appreciate the work that has been done by DHS to address it. I think one of our concerns, though, just remains that we just don't know what we don't know. I mean, I think that is the bigger issue here. And the question is, are we offering enough opportunities for young people to reach out to us? There have been questions about local powers versus state powers, for example. But I think, whether or not a local ombudsman would have the power to, for example, shut down a facility isn't really, I think as Councilmember Johnson said, isn't really the standard. I mean, we can agree that DHS has the power to end a contract, terminate a contract, and remove its own children. Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
We can.
And so knowledge of and your own investigations can allow you to do that remove children from unsafe situations.
Absolutely.
And then if the state were to shut it down, that would be up to them. But we have control, or should feel like we have control over the safety of our young people if it comes to our attention.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And we appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please call the next panel?
Yes. Next we have Quilla, Ashale, Anthony, and Marsha Hopkins.
Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you so much to the young people who are on here. We really welcome your testimony today and appreciate your sharing. So Quilla, do you feel comfortable going first?
Yes, I do. Hi, everyone.
If you can just state your name and you can proceed with your testimony.
Yes, my name is Aquila. I am 22 years old, and this is my 4th year serving as an advocate with the Juveniles for Justice at the Juvenile Law Center. I first entered the child welfare system when I was 15. It was a long, horrible journey. I've been bounced around through a few juvenile residential treatment facilities. I've had workers assigned to me through DHS and the courts. To this day, I feel like I've encountered so many harmful and traumatic events while being in the child welfare system. I was expelled in the 11th grade due to truancy, ODD, and feeling frustrated with things happening in my life. After being expelled, I was sent to an alternative school on probation and later forced to go to a juvenile placement because of a GPS violation. When I got to the juvenile holding facility, no one notified the alternative school, so they didn't know I was in placement and constantly marking me absent while in the juvenile facility. They held me at the juvenile holding facility until a placement became available. Finally placed at an official placement, I suffered from depression and I felt spiritless. I met a psychiatrist there who I explained to that I was having trouble speaking and was also sad. I was glad to talk to anyone because I just wanted to express to someone how things was making me feel while at a residential treatment placement. The placement prescribed me medicine as a child that was too high in dosage and made me lightheaded, dizzy, and made me throw up. I told this to my Philly CUA worker, who then told me the medicine was for my own good. I then told the psychiatrist I did not feel the medicine was making me feel better. I made a mistake telling her because this only led to them increasing the medicine they were giving me throughout my whole stay. I gained weight and I am scared of medicine to this day as an effect. While at placement, I felt I had no advocate for myself. No, I felt I had to advocate for myself a lot, including attending a school off grounds of the placement, a local community school where I had to be tested and accepted. I was glad because the placement school was horrible. I was discharged from the placement at age 18. I did not leave with the documents that I needed, like my school documents, my health records, or my vital documents. I had to find my vital documents on my own. The placement or the local school never gave me my diploma, so I had no proof that I graduated high school. There was no aftercare supports after I left placement. No one told me about my safety no one talked about my safety when I got home. I wish I had more support to prepare for college or had someone who had guaranteed my educational transition would be successful. Also, any mental wellness supports and medications that were started in placement needed to be continued. But when youth leave, there's no person ensuring anything. If there wasn't an office like a local Philadelphia Ombudsman office, youth could go there to file complaints and get accurate information on who is supposed to help and report when people are not supporting them. I could have used this office when I was over-medicated and when I didn't receive appropriate support and placement and when I left. No child or youth should have to do this alone, but I did. I was a kid. I deserve better. To expect that a youth who go to placement will experience success and complete schools is unrealistic because youth are not given enough guidance support. We need better options. I support having a local Philadelphia Ombudsman office so children and youth can get the real support that they need. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Quilla. It's been wonderful to see how much you've continued to advocate from the moment we first met to all the work that you're doing now. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Next, we have Ashley.
Hi, I'm Ashley. This is my third year with Juvenile Law Center. When I first entered care, around 15. Placement did not help me, especially not with school. The placement that I went to did not have school. I did not know that I was supposed to have educational support and placement, so I did not ask about it. If I was never sent to placement, I would have graduated on time. While I was in juvenile placement, I experienced discrimination because I'm LGBTQ youth. Discrimination and mistreatment in these facilities is a constant problem, and one no person or child should ever have. Sometimes it happens because of our race, orientation, or sexuality, and no one ever really knows or is held accountable for what happens to us. What I would like to see change is more options for not placing youth, but real legislation and policies that divest from youth incarceration and a real investment in communities. We need an ombudsman office because obviously youth are not being cared for in these placements. Youth deserve care and respect. Adults should have been carefully going through children and youth complaints and should be evaluating these places. How can you all look at these complaints and cases and say to yourself, oh, a youth reported that, and that you just throw it out or unfound these claims? That's wrong and it doesn't make any sense. You all need to be held accountable for what has happened to us in these facilities. You all should be doing your job just like how you want everyone else to do their jobs. You all need to care more about investing money in the youth instead of the over $211,000 per kid it can cost in Pennsylvania to lock youth up. The same amount of money you all spend to incarcerate youth can be used to create many programs to keep youth off the street. Philly could have more physical activity programs, sports like basketball and recreational activities to keep youth off the street. You shouldn't have their only option to be to go to placement when they need help. Placement is not helpful. Placement did not help me at all, especially with school. I'm still not sure I ever got credits while in placement. I found out because when I got home, I was trying to get into a local community school and they couldn't locate any credits from the placement school I needed to transfer back to my community school. My experiences in placement and foster care are why I think that our city should create an ombudsman office in Philadelphia. If we had an office like this locally, a lot of youth from Philly in placement and in group homes might not be behind in their schooling, having to graduate after 19, 20 or older, because they could report that they are not getting any education or not getting the educational support they're supposed to get and get help faster. It could help make sure youth can get the real help they need when they are returning back to their local school. This office could have also helped address when I was experiencing discrimination in placement from staff. It also just means a lot to me to have an office like this locally and to know that someone is trying to help to make sure that youth have what they need when they need it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley, for your powerful testimony.
Next, we have Anthony. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony when you're ready.
Hey, are you guys able to hear me properly?
Yes. Good afternoon, Anthony.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Anthony Simpson. I'm a 5-year alumni with Youth Fostering Change, and I'm a current alumni fellow with the Juvenile Law Center. I was in care for 3 years, and during my time, I resided with 3 resource parents and in 1 congregate facility. And so first, I just want to thank you all for taking the time to open up the floor to these testimonies, and I want to especially thank my colleagues for having the strength to share what can sometimes be the most intimate details of their lives, and all for the sake of creating much needed change. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the strength that it takes on that part. So as Chairperson Helen Gim starkly stated earlier, these stories of abuse and all their haunting forms that they manifest in these congregate and residential facilities are not by any measure new practices of degradation or dehumanization. And, the ones that become public expose within our city and result in these mass litigation hearings, while to some may appear as, the exception to a status quo, right, or the proverbial bad apple being removed from a tree, there's simply an externalization of the ideology of a long-standing culture within residential and congregate facilities. A culture of skewed power dynamics, a culture of punitive over restorative measures, and a culture that thrives on the cyclical nature that the lack of a third-party local investigational body can provide. And I feel like a local investigational body is so important because Philadelphia has repeatedly shown that we have, the opportunity to not only legislatively dictate the tone of the state of Pennsylvania, but also dictate, the social climate of the state as well. Philadelphia represents 1/3 of the foster youth in the entire state of Pennsylvania. So we're placed in a position to set examples that state that just because a child enters the juvenile justice system or the child welfare system, they shouldn't be treated as delinquents. We could start examples that, a youth shouldn't be so strategically stripped and left ignorant of their rights that they literally stop believing that they have any. And, we set an example that youth should not be placed in a position of having to directly inform their abuser about their motion to file a grievance against said abuser. The children shouldn't then be investigated by the very same person that so prolifically employs such malintentioned staff members, and children should not then subsequently have to be placed right back directly under the oversight of the abuser until there are consequences, and if any, in those situations. And we've all, unfortunately, had the opportunity to witness the ramifications of a lack of an independent third-party investigational practices in our very own justice system, where, men and women in marginalized communities every day are asked to wait for the person applying these to our backs to have the empathy to remove them. But, I implore the council to, stop waiting for a miraculous manifestation of empathy. And, we start demanding that knees are being forcibly removed, right? We start demanding that young people are given the chance to breathe. We start demanding that it shouldn't be on the so obviously traumatized child victims of abuse or their families who are oftentimes kept in the dark about the abuse, so they don't know what truly happens. We shouldn't rely on them to then have their own onus to report and act upon these issues. And we shouldn't rely on a state office that would potentially be, completely inundated with calls around the entire state, when there could be a local office placed right in Philly that has the time and resources and may have the limited capabilities to deal with everybody that, doesn't reside within the state of Philadelphia. But really, I think it's just time to begin actively implementing an ombudsman office within Philadelphia, with individuals who are informed appropriately and implementing trauma-informed care practices, individuals who can interpret the sometimes verbose reactions from a young person, just not as a personal slight, but simply the evidence of a developing brain and a child being a child. We need someone with an understanding and a wherewithal to actively investigate when medicine dosages just seem so haphazardly administered, or the education that's on site is even accredited to their appropriate grade. We need someone like that. An implementation of an ombudsman office that are informed in these practices is not only how we remove those bad apples that I was talking about earlier, but it's also how we begin to treat the infected tree that has created a forest right in our backyard, right here in Philadelphia. And this forest of bad trees is infecting our children. Glen Mills affected our children. Wordsworth affected our children. Vision Quest affected our children. And the solution isn't just to close the drapes and rely on the veil of confidentiality, because, when it's time for these resolutions to be seen in these tragedies, now we see that confidentiality is put on the back end for headlines and statements by journalists who spoke up because there was no other independent body able to. So in closing, I think it's time to stop leaning on antiquated practices that breed environments of abuse that have such, been so interwoven within our system. And I think it's time that we begin to heal. And we can heal by acknowledging that there exists a structural deficiency in the care given to youth and congregate in residential facilities directly in Philadelphia. And, I think it's time for us to realize that, Pennsylvania isn't, setting the tone. We have to understand that Philadelphia is really able to set the tone for Pennsylvania because, we turned the whole red state blue, right? So this little city has a lot of power, and I think it's time for us to utilize it. So thank you, for my time and for everybody listening.
Anthony, thank you. That was incredibly powerful, and I think you're just underscoring the importance of us being the leader here. I mean, you are, and the hundreds of young people who are in the system right now are our kids. And you're exactly right. Whatever happens to any child, it's going to impact our children. So we have to be the leaders here. And I think that's a clear message that we're having. So thank you very much.
Next, we have Marcia Hopkins. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilperson Kim. Can you guys hear me okay?
You can.
My name is Marcia Hopkins. I am the social worker and senior manager of youth advocacy program and policy at the Juvenile Law Center. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today on the important issue of having a local ombudsperson. Time and time again as a society, we do not take accountability for the positions that we place children and youth in. This is especially true in Pennsylvania, a state that has been known for its punitive system, high incarceration rate, and has the 7th highest youth incarceration rate in the nation. While Philadelphia works to decrease the number of youth in its juvenile placements, we still have too many young people in lockup, and our city continues to remove children from their families at alarming rates. Philadelphia has the highest rate of family separation in the country, 3 times the rate of New York City and 4 times the rate of Chicago. The Philadelphia Department of Human Services removes children from their family homes for what you all deem to be safety reasons, and yet have failed to keep the same children safe in placements. Safety is not holding a child in a facility like Wordsworth Academy, where the police were constantly called and summoned over 800 times before a child died. Safety is not removing children after horrific accounts of abuse have happened, after someone else publicly notified us of these claims. Children are being put at risk. They are being removed from their homes and are forced into systems that claims to be able to support them and offer a better environment where youth are safe and their well-being is promoted. Instead, they are not protected, they are harmed. They are in your system. They are leaving and entering into homelessness. They're not graduating. They're trying to find help on their own and are left to their own devices to try to figure out how to heal from the trauma that your system has caused. Your system has not promoted emotional well-being, and it does not help heal. It puts children in lockdown, in solitary confinement, and physical restraints. Your system has removed children from their homes for truancy and placed them in institutions that provides no education. Your system places children in facilities with their abusers, and as Anthony so eloquently put, tells them to submit their grievances to their abusers or to call your action response line, only to be ignored. The means your system has provided for young people to provide complaints and get help does not work for children and youth. They have not been protected by response lines that are operated by our own child welfare agency. They are not adequately responded to when they patiently go up the chains of command. When they go to their case planning hearings, they're not even heard. They're not heard in court. These mechanisms are not effective at protecting youth, and they make young people distrust the system that we claim has been meant to protect them. Your system doesn't promote healing. It causes trauma. Trauma occurs in these placements. Philadelphia children, like all children, deserve an opportunity to be seen and treated as human, and as actual children. They deserve opportunities to stay in their communities with their friends, with their teachers, with their siblings. If they are placed in these siblings, they deserve to have an office or a place or a person like an ombudsman who can ensure they are heard, validated, checked in on, and hopefully removed from these horrific institutions. We want to continue to promote healing in our young people, not to harm. But healing actually happens when young people are validated for the abuse that's happened to them, when their reports are heard and substantiated, when there is accountability for the harm that they have been left to endure, when they're actually connected to real appropriate interventions and supports to heal from the trauma that they face, and when they have their basic needs met, can remain in their homes or in their communities. This can begin in our county, it can begin in your office, and it can begin with an ombudsperson. I encourage you all to think about the experiences that these young people are courageously sharing about their lives in these systems. And as you all sit here and contemplate the validity and the urgency of the issues that children and youth are currently facing in these facilities, I want to leave you all with one question from one of our young people who spoke earlier, Dwayne. Dwayne and I were chatting the other day, and he said to me, Miss Marcia, I wonder, if we asked any of these people who work for these systems, if they had the opportunity to send our kids to these systems, would they do the exact same thing they did to us? With the same rules, the same silencing, the same things we experienced? If they had to take what we received, would they accept it all without any hesitation? Would you? We support having a local office because you all owe it to the young people in our city and their families for failing them. If we don't implement an office or any mechanism, because we don't have a current mechanism to protect young people, we are sending a message to children and youth that they are expendable and that we care way more about saving some dollars than their care, their well-being, and their healing. They deserve absolutely so much better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hopkins. Thank you.
That concludes the testifiers for this panel.
Well, first of all, I want to again thank the individuals who testified. And, you know, one of the things just for my council colleagues who are also here, I did want to also note that our folder on the testimonies also includes the testimony of additional youth who aren't speaking, you know, today, but also submitted written testimony as well, and also gives powerful insight into this system that we're really trying to do a lot to change. But for the panelists who are before us today, you know, I wanted to open up again and ask a question that we asked, you know, to the other testifiers earlier, which is, you know, how would having a local youth ombudsperson, do you think it would have changed your experience in placement? And that can be for Ashali, Anthony, Keela, if you feel comfortable answering.
Could you state the question one more time, please? I was having some connection issues.
No problem. You know, we're here talking about the importance of having a place locally where you could raise concerns or questions. How, you know, if you had a place to reach out to, how would you have hoped it could have changed your experience in placement?
I'll start. For me, someone in that position would have been invaluable, right? You know, someone who is detached from my school, someone who isn't attached to my resource parent, or someone who isn't attached to DHS or the residential facility. I feel like that's what I needed for such a long time, because during my time in residential, you know, places with resource parents, right, I had just so many grievances that were just going to my worker and then back to my foster parent. And so then I would, kind of receive some of the brunt of that aggression and that anger, right? Because I'm kind of rocking the boat in a sense, right? And so I feel like having someone in that position, in that ombudsman position, who I would have felt comfortable being able to file a grievance either directly with them or have my grievance filed with the facility or with my parents go to them, that would have been something that would have been invaluable, because they would have been able to have a fresh set of eyes, and they wouldn't have been, so complacent with how things are right now, right? It would have been so complacent with how infrastructurally damaged the child welfare and juvenile justice system can be. So in my opinion, I know that they would have made a great difference, and, would have changed a lot of things in my life positively.
Thank you so much, Anthony. And I think underscoring the need to have somebody that's separate from all these other systems is incredibly helpful. It just explains a lot about why, why this is such an urgent call from youth and from advocates. Is there anybody else who felt comfortable answering that question? And again, the question is, how would it have felt? How could it have made a difference in your experience, or for other young people who are in placement currently?
I know Quilla had to leave.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I mean, I'm happy to answer,
Sure.
Councilperson, if you don't mind. Just of the years that I've worked with young people, I think, being very frank, we are too late to find out about these things. And I think the reality is, across the state of Pennsylvania and our county, and we're seeing it nationally, unfortunately, is that once young people get into these systems, people are basically saying, anything was better than being placed in these group placements, right? Like, what's happening is that young people are going to these placements and kind of a black hole is being created. And we have all these quote unquote mechanisms, but they're not working. And I think that, when we hear folks speak, whether it's at the state or the county, the things that are in place, they don't work. We wouldn't have Glenn Mills come out, right? Like, yes, we removed our children too late at the last minute, after someone had already exposed the abuse. And apparently it's been going on since its inception in these places. And I think there is a harsh reality that we have to face as a state and a county, is that our current system, the way that it is current structured, does not have we do not have anything in place that is doing the job that we so hope it to do. And when you read the mission of our child welfare, our state child welfare, and all these other institutions, it's supposed to rehabilitate, protect, promote this and promote that. And the fact and the reality is that's not what's happening when young people are in these systems. And we don't need statistics to tell us that, but statistics have been telling us this for many years, and we have not been listening. And so I think we have a real opportunity to offer young people something better that does provide them something that preserves their dignity, does not create more trauma. And I think, as Anthony all of you are putting, is that we do have an opportunity as a county, because we have so many children who are in placements across the city and in Philadelphia, to actually implement something that will address the things that we wanted to address. And I think there were many things that were said today. There are many things that come out all the time in reports. And the fact is, our own facts as a county are actually slapping us in the face about what it is that we need to do, right? The fact that our numbers have been reduced in part due to the fact of closing of facilities that were abusive to children is a reality that we need to face, we need to recognize, and we need to acknowledge that we have put children in harm's way, and our responses that we currently have do not have the ability to remove them when they should be removed. And the fact of the reality is also that we are placing them in places and institutions that are not designed to protect them. And that's a reality that we need to understand, as well as we are creating contracts or rebuilding new institutions, that what we are finding is they are not equipped and they are not designed to protect young people. And so there's a lot of things that were said today that I think that we need to underscore, and that if we do not create an office in our county, if we don't create an ombudsperson, the question that I have back to our county is, then what will you all do and what can you all create if you feel like you do not have the capacity or the resources to create an ombudsperson? Then what are we saying to our young people? Because these current mechanisms are not effective.
I hear you.
So if it's not this, then what is it?
Yes. Thank you so much, Marcia. And, can we just not just say underscore, but like 3,000 times underline, highlight with exclamation points all over it. There was no question. The closure of Glen Mills was beyond too late. There was decades of stories about Glen Mills. There were police reports. There were hospital records. There were the statements of young people. And we simply don't have a mechanism for allowing it to be heard in a serious way. And that is on us. Again, it's just underscoring everything that you said. I want to thank you for your clarity on this issue. If nothing else, we've got $200 million almost tied up into this system that we should be asking ourselves. We're happy to invest in young people, but they need to be invested in. They need to feel like they had a childhood when things, went wrong for them, when they were at their most vulnerable and desperate, that we did something to give them back their childhood. And it's simply unacceptable if we instead put them in places that have no oversight. We know are poorly trained, have been places of abuse, and the only way we find out about it is in the newspaper. We cannot continue with that anymore. I really want to thank you, Marcia. Anthony is just extraordinarily powerful. Ashali, for your testimony. Quilla, who, we've known for a number of years now and have been incredibly grateful for her voice. But for all of you, thank you. And we will try to do as better. We're going to be pushing on this as hard as we can. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
Yes, Councilmember Squilla.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I've been listening, and really powerful testimony, especially from the youth. And obviously, we need a position like this. I don't think that's the question. I think that's a given. What Marcia said about the statistics, it's very troubling to know that we as a city who try to take pride in how we deal with youth is probably the worst offender in pushing them away. It's sad to see that, knowing we have facilities that are open and operating without having input. We need a third party person to be able to reach out. My problem is, how do these youth know who to go to? How are they going to know who to reach out to? How do parents know how to do that? And so we have to hold them accountable, just like we're being held accountable. And we got to fix these places before they get so bad where you have to close them down because they're not offering the services that are pretended to be offered. And it's just sad to hear that, but it's so powerful. And I'm glad I stayed on to listen to everybody. And if we as a city, I don't know who would be opposed to this, but I think what we have to work on is what this person does, the criteria, and how it's molded and works for the people who really need it. It's just not a position in a head person to say, all right, I do this. If you know somebody, tell them to call me. We need to be able to have people not call our offices, but work directly with them and know that that's available for them. And, I just think it's great that this is going to move forward and hopefully come up with a way to make this work for everybody. And, your leadership and Councilmember Thomas and Brooks and everybody else who's involved, it's so important because hearing those voices from the children and not only just the advocates, but the people who are actually involved in it and them reaching out saying we could have done something better for us and maybe we wouldn't be in the positions that we're in today. So I'm willing to keep listening and learning and whatever we could do help move this forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Squilla. Councilmember Brooks?
Just wanted to echo the sentiments of my colleague, Councilman Squilla. Thank you guys so much for just the work that you do and the continued advocacy around this work, being young people that came out of the system and now continue to help young people navigate this. It means so much to the next generation of young folks, but it also means a lot to, us old heads, and educating us on the things and ways that we can make it better for young folks. So Anthony, Marcia, Ashley, I start naming names. I don't want to leave folks out. Thank you for this work. I heard you. I wasn't on camera, but I heard everything that you said. And we can do this together. And we need your support to help move this forward. So you're appreciated.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
Yes. Next, we have Estelle Richmond, Frank Cervone, Lori Dow, Maura McInerney, and Leah Hardy.
Good afternoon to this powerhouse panel. Wonderful to have everybody. Estelle, if you would like to just introduce yourself formally for the record. Many of us already know who you are, and just thank you so much for your leadership statewide, locally, and as the former chair of our youth, as the esteemed co-chair of our Youth Residential Placement Task Force. Thank you.
I am Estelle Richmond. I'm currently retired. I want to start off by thanking all the council persons for having this forum, and a big thank you to the youth and parent for your testimony. It is so important that we hear your voice. And I want to acknowledge the comments from Commissioner Ali on the significant progress that the Philadelphia Department of Human Services has made in reducing placement. That also is so important. During my professional life, spanning over 50 years, I have been the associate director of a Cleveland agency that provided residential services to children, the regional director for the State Department of Public Welfare in charge of closing Philadelphia State Hospital, the City of Philadelphia Health Commissioner, the City of Philadelphia Managing Director, the Pennsylvania Secretary of Public Welfare, and the Chief Operating Officer for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. In all of these positions, the thing I feared the most, one of the things that kept me awake at night, was not knowing what I don't know. In fact, I would tell you what every supervisor, director, administrator fears is the unknown. You're constantly trying to find ways to create feedback loops that will give you information. You want to know where the gaps are in communication, where they are in program, and where they are in staff. Because you can plan if you know the problems. You cannot fix what you don't know. And I wanted to know what I did not know. Currently, as a retired person, I'm on or work with several nonprofit boards and foundations. One of my more recent activities, though, was co-chair of the Youth Residential Placement Task Force. As a result of the death of a child at Wordsworth and the abuse of children at Glen Mills, the task force made recommendations to prevent and lower the probability of children being sent to residential facilities. One of our recommendations was to create an ombudsman office in Philadelphia. I urge you to read our report if you have not done so. I want to speak to three important issues today. Why an independent entity, why a local creation, and why urgency. I'm going to shorten my testimony a little bit because you have it in written format, just in sake of time. First, why have an independent entity? As I look for ways at every level of program to create feedback loops, the most effective solution I discovered was an ombudsman. This is someone who would act as the eyes and ears of the system, someone outside of the traditional system who can provide information to leadership, and someone who can talk with a staff, a youth, or a parent to understand their concerns. It is fundamental that individuals making a report need to feel safe, need to know there will not be retribution, to know that there will be action taken and there will be feedback as a result of the action. The ombudsperson becomes a way to learn what you do not know. The data tells us that individuals are more likely to confide in someone outside of government, outside of their employer, and outside of the facility where they live. Importantly, an ombudsman provides their feedback to the agency or institution so the CEO, administrative director can take steps to lower the probability of abuse. The leadership can learn what they do not know. I'm going to let you read the other part. The other than mandated child abuse reporting, the state relies entirely on self-reporting by facilities. Let me stop here and say that no provider wants children injured or abused in their facilities, accidentally or intentionally. They have the same concerns that any administrator would have among them. What is it they don't know? They want to know if they have staff at any level that are hurting children. They want to know if their policies are ineffective. They want to know if there are children and youth at risk. The Ombudsman Office works best if it works collaboratively with providers and not antagonistically. The information that an independent ombudsman can collect and give to providers can help fill gaps in knowledge and contribute to fixing problems before they become trends or tragedies. However, they don't know what they don't know. Self-reporting requires what you don't know. It requires someone needs to tell you what is happening. The operative phrase here is self-reporting. We only need to look at the Kids for Cash debacle to know that if a system relies on self-reporting only, it is often ineffective. Too often, self-reporting just does not work. We need to look no further than Glen Mills, where staff knew about abuses and didn't report in the way they should have. There was not a third party whom staff could confide. Furthermore, facilities are also mandated to have an internal grievance policy, but those grievances may or may not be reported. There's no real-time monitoring or reporting on how many internal grievances a facility might have, the identification of patterns, or how many they might have had, resulting in licensing actions. An independent entity increases credibility and reliability. Second, why do this at the local level? In an ideal world, we would have a state ombudsman office because every kid in every county should have protection. During my tenure as the Department of Public Welfare Secretary, we tried very hard to create a state ombudsman office. Unfortunately, I and many senior members of my administration left the state before getting it over the finish line. It was one of my failures and disappointments in leaving the Rendell administration at that time. The Youth Residential Placement Task Force presented another opportunity to find a way to protect children and youth. The task force, which was co-chaired by me and Patricia Fox, voted to include the recommendation for an ombudsperson office because it's another opportunity to learn what you don't know. I will continue to advocate for an ombudsman office at the state level, but that does not get us, Philadelphians, government workers, advocate, providers, and elected officials off the hook to protect our children and youth. While I'll agree that ideally there should be an ombudsperson office at the state level, I also firmly believe that as the biggest sender of children to residential facilities, Philadelphia has a responsibility to protect our children and youth. We have to take action to protect our children. And for me, this is also personal, as the majority of these children and youth are Black and Hispanic. Again, all of us want to know what we don't know. An ombudsperson who is outside of the traditional system will help us fill this gap. Not only will it give us a place for staff to call, youth to reach out to, parents to confide in, it can provide feedback to CEOs so they can learn what no one will tell them. It will give them a heads up before an incident. It is not acceptable that we tell youth and their families that we can't protect them because it's the responsibility of the state to create such an office. These children and youth and their families live in Philadelphia. Creating an ombudsperson office is one way we can increase the probability that our youth are safe and healthy if they must be in residential treatment. Finally, this is urgent. The Philadelphia Inquirer should not be our ombudsperson, telling us about the atrocities that have occurred at some of these facilities for decades. Facilities such as Devereaux, Glen Mills School, and Wordsworth Academy. In fact, too often the Inquirer is the place where we learn about the physical, sexual, and mental abuse that residents of these facilities have experienced. We can and must do better. There are ways that we, whether an advocate, provider, administrator, a staff, or a parent, can support an ombudsman that has the promise to tell us what we don't know. The time to create this is now. Our children deserve better than waiting for the state to take action. We cannot wait until more children and youth have been injured or mistreated and then reported in the newspaper. These expo days have made it obvious that we must give children and youth what they've been asking for and deserve, an independent Philadelphia youth ombudsperson. Thank you, and I'm glad to take questions at the end of the panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Estelle.
Next, we have Frank Servone. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Frank Servone, and I'm Executive Director of the Support Center for Child Advocates. The Support Center for Child Advocates is Philadelphia's lawyer pro bono program for abused and neglected children. We offer the skills and dedication of lawyer social worker teams, and we represent more than 1,100 children each year who are involved with DHS and family court. Child Advocates works to ensure safety, health, education, family permanency, and access to justice. Our direct service staff of 45 includes 10 staff attorneys, including myself, and 20 master's level social workers, all seasoned professionals with years of experience in the field and with the agency. Personally, I was a member of the Youth Residential Placement Task Force. I also served as a member of the Child Welfare Review Panel convened by the city in response to the 2006 death of Danielle Kelly, a child who was served in her own home by DHS and by private providers. For more than 44 years, we have served as a resource to this council and its staff, and I thank you for the invitation to serve in this role once again. When asked, we attempt to offer you a balanced and candid and constructive assessment of what our children need and how we're doing for our kids. Today, we consider the creation of the Youth Services Ombudsman in Philadelphia to give children and families a place to go and a process by which to access government when they believe they have been aggrieved. The Ombudsman was unanimously recommended by the Youth Residential Task Force in 2019, and we recognize and thank Council for supporting the task force and showing leadership on this issue. If you believe that the child welfare system is self-correcting, that it's sufficiently safeguarded with regulations and the oversight of DHS and the state, that its good people are good enough, then perhaps there's no need for a youth ombudsperson. The experiences of countless families and children tell a different story. When child-serving systems act in a manner that is questionable or suspect or even abusive, citizens and consumers have little recourse outside the system that is aggrieving them. Individuals need a place to turn. The public at large needs assurance that this is a system they can trust. The Office of the Philly Youth Ombudsman will not erode confidence, rather it will build confidence that these are systems we can trust. As dozens of states and communities are demonstrating, it is now the state of the art of governing that communities care enough to listen. We commend Commissioner Ali and Deputy Commissioner Rodriguez for their leadership on reforms. Their efforts are essential and impressive. They are insufficient, however. We urge you to create the Youth Services Ombudsman Office in Philadelphia. My job today is to place the initiative in its historical context. There have been many executive branch and legislative initiatives and studies over more than 2 decades looking to create some form of ombuds function statewide and here in Philadelphia. The creation of a statewide children's ombudsman was recommended by the advisory committee to the legislature's Joint State Government Commission's Task Force on Services to Children and Youth in 2002. It was my honor and pleasure to serve as chair of that advisory committee. Secretary Richmond, as you heard, convened public and private leaders to create a statewide children's ombudsperson during the term of Governor Ed Rendell. None of these statewide efforts has been able to push through or overcome the massive resistance of their opponents. Locally, DHS has been operating the DHS Commissioner's Action Response Office, or CARO, as we heard earlier, as a process to receive complaints since its creation was recommended by the Child Welfare Review Panel in 2007. But CARO is a little known, hard to find, and totally opaque internal mechanism that really gives few people the confidence that kids have a place to call or that they will be heard. With no disrespect intended to the folks who run it or to the leadership of the department, we suggest that council members Google the DHS Commissioner's Action Response Office. You'll find it buried on the web page used to request a birth certificate or a marriage license. It's not really an outward pointing face for the department to receive or encourage grievance. Mostly, CARO is inside the entity that it is set up to watch. Again, we don't mean to impugn the motivations or practices of our colleagues who run DHS or the other agencies that we address today. But if we're to have confidence in the accountability and the objectivity of the process, it must be independent and transparent with investigatory powers. These are threshold and minimum features of every ombuds mechanism everywhere. And there's lots of them. You've heard today reference to the horrible and much covered stories from Luzerne, Wordsworth, Glen Mills, Devereux, cohorts of hundreds of youth who were mistreated. I suggest you think about the history of those kids, the secrets and the secret keeping that these stories reveal. Think for a moment of the moment before the stories came to light, for months or even years prior to their respective public coverage. Bad things were happening behind closed doors and no one was telling. That's the way child abuse works, you know. It's a secret kept for days or weeks or years. One might think of the painful passage of time for each youth, the time between when they were harmed and when that harm became known, or at least known to the public and to their families. As Marcia said earlier, we are late to these stories. Think of all of those young people and staff members and agency and system leaders who also knew and who were keeping the secret for whatever sad or sinister reason. At Wordsworth, following the death of the young David Hess, the Philadelphia Inquirer reported more than 40 events for which state agencies had received serious incident reports or reports of crimes. The system knew of the events, but kept the secret. Likewise, there were incident reports on some, but not all of the cases at Luzerne, Glen Mills, Devereux. These included many dozens of Philadelphia kids. We've heard that it's everybody else's kids. They're mostly ours. Philadelphia must be a leader on this. We must take care of our own. Mostly, we have to ask, why the secret? Is it fear or self-protection by the victim? Is it self-protection by the perpetrator or perhaps the organization? We're talking about the silence of people who know. We're never going to fully understand motivations. Why do they keep the secret? But we have to acknowledge that victims didn't think they could tell. These events demonstrate the massive silence of calls not made and injuries not known. We suggest that the silence and the secrets of all those places and all those children over all those years demonstrates the void in a victim youth's opportunity to tell someone. There was simply no place that they felt safe or comfortable to call. Current monitoring systems are ineffective to hear these pleas for help. Mostly the public hears about problems with human services when there's a tragic ending, days, weeks, months after the abuse started or happened. Haven't all those young people and all their families demonstrated that they should have had a place to call with their concerns and that today they simply do not? You've already heard that confidentiality is needed to protect children and families. My concern is that secrecy protects bad systems and bad practice. And the closed buildings and the locked doors and the faraway places of those residential programs are particularly problematic. It's where those practices, those secrets can live on in the shadows, far away in the dark. In 2008, again, we're talking history. Following the death of Danielle Kelly, the county investigating grand jury recommended the creation of an ombudsperson in Philadelphia and offered the following sober appraisal. The agencies can only be held accountable if the public and the agency's own employees know what is going on inside it. This requires transparency. When errors are covered up or hidden under a cloak of professed confidentiality, no one learns from them. Neither the agency workers nor the public, and legislators who fund and oversee the agency cannot determine which measures are effective and which are not. Finally, it's been suggested often that state and county welfare agencies have processes in place for receiving and resolving complaints, like CARO here. These mechanisms simply do not serve the purposes we are seeking. The regional offices of PADHS, they investigate, they can make recommendations, but they simply cannot and do not provide an adequate remedy. Their failures at Glen Mills are now infamous. The courts can be a good forum to address some concerns, but given the time and cost associated with any litigation, it's hard to imagine a parent, much less a child, always feeling like problems can be redressed there. Should this ombudsman be happening statewide, at the level of state government and conducted by the state? Certainly, but only in our dreams. These 20 plus years of failed advocacy and obstruction tell us that this is simply not going to happen anytime soon. In the meantime, Philadelphia places as many children as the entire rest of the state combined. Any call for this function to lie elsewhere is really a statement that we're not responsible for our kids and our own services and our own problems. And with all due respect, that's fundamentally irresponsible. We urge you to create the Youth Services Ombudsman office in Philadelphia. We have to take care of our own. Thank you for your interest and for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Lori Down. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, I'm Lori Dow. I'm the Vulnerable Youth Policy Director for Public Citizens for Children and Youth. Thank you again to City Council and the Committee on Children and Youth for allowing us to speak today about the creation of a Youth Ombudsperson office in Philadelphia. As we've heard from all of the youths so eloquently speaking today, and Ms. Williams, our parent who spoke today, these abuses and maltreatment aren't things that are happening to other people somewhere else. It is our responsibility as Philadelphians to protect our youth and families. The model design of an ombuds office is to serve as an independent, meaning not run by the systems that put them in these facilities, impartial, and a resource to the community office that can receive and investigate these reports. It's about creating a credible review process and shining a light on these grievances and stopping them from continuing. It is possible to do that legally within Philadelphia while maintaining confidentiality for youth and families. As I hope we will all agree by the end of this hearing, it is well past time for the City of Philadelphia to follow the national trend and create a youth ombudsperson office to receive these reports, to receive these grievances from family and youth, and to who have been committed to privately run residential facilities by the behavioral health, intellectual disability, child welfare, and juvenile justice systems. Having worked for the last 20 years in a variety of capacities in child welfare, I've seen the atrocities firsthand that can happen to children in institutional care. I've seen it in the Family Court of Philadelphia as a judicial clerk, and for 15 years with the Law Department of Philadelphia, representing the Department of Human Services as a divisional deputy city solicitor. I saw the worst of what can happen at institutions as I oversaw the near fatality and fatality review process for the Law Department, and personally worked on some of these institutional cases. After 2 years at one of the largest private providers of institutional care, I have also personally seen what can happen at these facilities. For background, every year in Philadelphia, around 17,000 children enter care, placed there by the systems I've mentioned. Every year, over 2,200 of those children end up relegated to residential institutions such as psychiatric residential treatment facilities, detention centers, group homes. When we talk numbers and we talk about 400, which is what the numbers have been reduced down to as terms of a daily census, it's still 2,200 that are going through the system every year. Now, that's about 12% of that 17,000. There's another group of children of from the juvenile justice system, about 800 each year, who end up being detained pre-adjudication in a juvenile justice detention center, but who end up not being placed and aren't counted in that 2,200. Here's what we know about those children who are sent to those facilities. 91% of the child welfare population are Black and Hispanic. That percentage rises to 94% in the juvenile justice population. Again, 91% and 94% Black and Hispanic children. Those percentages stand in stark contrast to the general population, which equal only about 59% Black and Hispanic children, far outweighing their representation in the general population. Additionally, a quarter of all the youth in all types of placements are identified as LGBTQ youth, again, outweighing their identified representation in the general population. This is something to think about when we think about which kids are being in these facilities, being abused and mistreated. These children in these institutions garner the greatest attention for all the wrong reasons. They're the most expensive placement settings, costing about $174 million annually for residential facilities in all systems, and including the funds paid by the school district for on-ground schooling at some of these facilities. And we've heard how good the schooling is when we heard from the kids today. They're often the most restrictive. Even for children who are in child welfare, they may not be permitted to leave the facilities where they're placed, including being required to receive their education at times on campus, or rather what passes for education. Despite what the law says, they may not be having home visits or seeing their families. In terms of isolation, some of these facilities may be as far as 15 minutes from drive from the closest gas station or fast food place. This impacts their ability to work, their ability to get out into the community. It isolates them from their family. They also have spotty internet connection in some of these facilities, and some are over 50 miles from home. It severs their relationships with their families and their social networks. That isolation contributes to the feeling that children can be harmed because no one can see. The general public, as has been mentioned, has been left to learn about these things through the Philadelphia Inquirer. And council members, you are all aware of these incidents. The youth spoke today far more personally than I can recite. My written testimony spells out the police calls, the reports of sexual and physical abuse, the number of staff who have been criminally charged. It's the alphabet soup of abuses. There are some existing outlets for these children. A child can report to their caseworker if they know who that person is. They can report to the staff at the program if they aren't the abuser. They can call Philadelphia DHS directly They can call, again, if they can find or figure out the line to call, they can call Child Line. And if they know their name and contact information, they can call their child advocate. Now, in every one of these cases that I've mentioned and just told you about, the members of the Residential Placement Task Force heard that these children did all of those things. Yet some still died, were raped, and abused after they made the report, the calls for help. There are grievance processes at these agencies. We've heard about it. Someone else has spoken today, Estelle Richmond has spoken today, that they rely on self-reporting. Many children and families aren't even informed of their rights to report grievances or how to do so. The state is also notoriously strict in terms of providing information regarding reports of abuses, grievances, and their outcomes. We've seen this when the state was initially asked about the outcomes of 254 abuse cases at Devereaux occurring over a 2-year period. The state declined to disclose that information. It took a state legislative committee hearing for the state to finally acknowledging that just 4 of those reports were confirmed, despite 20 staffers criminally being charged with abuse against 18 children. The public learned of these atrocities because of intrepid reporters. We've heard about that. We've heard about these exposés. We want to give the children the opportunity and families the opportunity to have an independent office that will take the child on face value, the parent on face value, and not be encumbered by preconceptions and pre-existing relationships. Before I close, there's something else that you need to understand. The state licenses these facilities. The court commits the children, DHS sends the children, and we pay for the facilities. Nobody but these reporters put together the fragments of multiple reports. The only one who has the data is the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services, but they don't share the information that we need to keep kids safe. They don't share it with the courts, Philadelphia DHS, or any part of the system. We are fighting to change that, but it has taken years at the state level, and it could take even more years. But we can act now. The current administration has made systemic changes so that kids know where to call. On the child welfare side, that is clear, but some of these providers are on the juvenile justice and behavioral health side. A third-party entity can receive calls from all these systems and put all the dots together. Our children in all systems deserve a safe place where they can call and have their complaints received and investigated without prejudice or self-interest. An independent office receiving calls from all systems can identify patterns of abuse long before they get reported in the newspapers. We don't currently have an independent office. Now is the time to establish an independent Youth Services Ombudsperson office to receive and investigate concerns from youth and families about safety and services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dow. The next witness to testify is Maura McInerney. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Maura McInerney, and I am the legal director at the Education Law Center. We are a statewide nonprofit legal organization dedicated to ensuring that all of Pennsylvania's students have access to a quality public education. We advocate on behalf of students who are most underserved by our education system, including those living in poverty, children of color, and those in the child welfare and juvenile justice systems. Our advocacy seeks to ensure policymakers serve the educational needs of children who have been marginalized by racism, poverty, and well-entrenched educational inequities. My testimony today stems from ELC's decades of experience and intensive research and report regarding the abuse and systemic deprivation of education of children and youth in residential placements. It is based on these experiences, as well as my role as an active member of Philadelphia's Youth Residential Placement Task Force, that I am here to say that the need for a youth ombudsman office could not be more clear. As reflected in our publication, Unsafe and Uneducated, as well as in numerous newspaper articles and reports, Philadelphia's children in residential facilities have experienced deep harm, threats to their safety and well-being, and have been deprived of their right to a quality education. From Wordsworth to the culture of abuse and lack of education at Glen Mills to horrific abuse of children suffered at South Mountain and Devereaux, it is clear that our state and local oversight has failed. Time and again, no one has listened to youth. No one has believed them until it was too late for too many children. And this is not anecdotal. As reflected in my first slide, research findings in our 2018 report, based on publicly available information reported to state DHS alone, between 2010 and 2018, children in residential settings were physically maltreated 156 times, exposed to inappropriate sexual contact 73 times, verbally maltreated 43 times, and of 92 incidents of inappropriate restraints, 22 resulted in documented injuries to children. 44% of reviewed legal entities had repeat violations of physical or sexual maltreatment of children. And these statistics don't capture the trauma and the emotional abuse that children have experienced while in residential placements like Glen Mills. It doesn't capture the fact that virtually all Philadelphia youth in residential placements live at or below the poverty line, have experienced trauma, and that the vast majority are Black and brown students who have been subjected to individual, systemic, and structural racism through their placement and treatment in these residential settings. Creating and funding an independent youth ombudsman office that will receive and investigate concerns from youth and families about safety, welfare, health, and education is desperately needed. Attempts at state oversight have been unsuccessful despite decades of advocacy. We need a local ombudsman office to ensure that Philadelphia children who will return to our communities, our homes, and our schools are free from harm, removed from harm, and promptly receive the supports and interventions they need while in placement and when returning to our communities. Philadelphia DHS and state DHS have set up complaint processes, but they are not viable options for our youth. They're difficult to find, hard to navigate, and most importantly, located within the same agencies they are seeking to hold accountable and that we must hold accountable. Youth need an independent office they can trust, where their voices will be heard and their voices will be believed. And children are not only unsafe, they also fail to receive the educational services to which they are legally entitled and desperately need. As we have heard, they are often in inferior on-ground schools, denied the right to public education and where the institution is located, and they often face discrimination based on race and disability. On-ground schools exist largely in the shadows, with little oversight of any local or state education agency. They are not required to follow the same rigorous state curriculum standards and academic requirements of public schools. Just to clarify a question raised by Council Member Helen Gim, most on-ground schools are private academic schools. While they are licensed by the Pennsylvania Department of Education, they are not monitored or reviewed. Pursuant to state policy, these school programs are subject to on-site cyclical monitoring only once every 6 years, and then only with regard to students with disabilities. By way of example, if a school like Glen Mills radically changes its program from in-person classroom instruction to an online credit recovery program, the Pennsylvania Department of Education would not know about this fundamental change. Moreover, the School District of Philadelphia also does not monitor these schools. This lack of monitoring has real consequences for the future of these children. When entering residential placement, 44% of youth are behind grade level. As depicted in slide 2, and as youth have reported, the education which youth receive often undermines their ability to actually graduate from high school. They earn few credits. They're taught in multi-grade classrooms, often by uncertified or improperly certified teachers. They frequently receive below grade level coursework, and they fail to receive the educational support they need. This prevents them from developing critical skills, building knowledge, and staying on track to graduate. 52% of child welfare professionals report that the curriculum at on-ground school is far below grade level, limited in instruction hours, relies heavily on worksheets, and fails to advance basic skills. These schools lack essential resources, staff, and services that are required to effectively educate the children they purport to serve, particularly students with disabilities. While many judges court-order youth to attend on-ground schools in a misguided attempt to solve a child's truancy problem, these children often find themselves even further behind their peers when returning to neighborhood schools, and they're more likely to drop out. In addition, parents and education decision makers are often not a part of the process at all. Children who are system involved are 2.5 to 3.5 times more likely to receive special education services than non-system involved peers. Students with disabilities are actually more likely to be placed in residential facilities, and they are particularly harmed by a one-size-fits-all on-ground schools or online education. They are routinely denied special education services and supports and deprived of their federal right to a free, appropriate public education. Youth with disabilities are also more likely to be subjected to abuse and harm while in placement. A youth ombudsman will ensure that youth and families have the ability to raise issues regarding their education and safety and welfare. This mechanism will take the concerns that we hear about far too late out of the shadows and into the light so that we can all intervene promptly. We need to hear from youth and families who are directly impacted. I urge City Council to devote the resources necessary to end the isolation of our children in residential placements and to provide them with a youth ombudsman office that will give them the voice that they have been denied for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maura. Next, we have Leola Hardy. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon. Can you see me on the video?
I can't see you on the video. I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I think I'm trying to turn the camera on. I'm having some technical difficulties, but I'll begin. Good afternoon. My name is Leola Hardy, and I'm Chief of the Children and Youth Justice Unit at the Defender Association of Philadelphia. Thank you for inviting me here today to advocate for some of our most vulnerable residents of Philadelphia, children who have entered our juvenile justice and child welfare systems. It is critical that Philadelphia create a Youth Services Ombudsperson office to receive and investigate grievances from children and their families regarding their treatment in residential placements. Our city has an obligation to protect our youth who are in congregate care or delinquent facilities. The Defender Association serves as the public defender in Philadelphia. It is an independent, nonprofit corporation which represents approximately 70% of indigent criminal defendants, children accused of delinquent offenses, and children in the child welfare system. In recent years, annually, the Defender Association provided legal representation in over 3,000 child welfare cases and for approximately 1,500 child defendants in over 20,000 delinquent hearings. Our clients are disproportionately poor and youth of color. Many have disabilities and histories of trauma and abuse. While numbers are declining, still too many young people are taken away from their own communities and are sent to residential placements across rural Pennsylvania and the United States. There are too many young people who are still being incarcerated for misdemeanor charges. Too many young people are being incarcerated for technical violations of probation and behavioral manifestations of disabilities. Our youth continue to be separated from their families, communities, and support networks, and often placed in areas where facility staff are unlikely to look like them and share their experiences. At their best, these placements cannot relate to our youth in a culturally competent manner, and at their worst, they are interacting with our youth in racially influenced abuse. I've seen a lot. I've been a public defender in Philadelphia for over 23 years. I represented adults and children in all phases of criminal proceedings and litigated thousands of hearings, motions, trials over the years. For the past decade, I have focused on juvenile justice as a senior attorney, juvenile policy analyst, and now chief of the Children and Youth Justice Unit. I am proud to be a defender. I believe that as public defenders, we must not only be zealous advocates in the courtroom, but also work towards social justice, racial justice, equity, and opportunity for young people. As defenders, we also must continue to amplify the voices of our most vulnerable clients, children, and shine a light on and be on the front line to fight against the trauma, inhumanity, and atrocities of abuse that can occur in residential facilities. Transparency and accountability are critical for change. July 2018, Glen Mills. One of our social service advocates was on the phone with her client who was being held at the newly opened community-based delinquent holding shelter at Glen Mills in preparation for his court hearing the next day. Our advocate heard a commotion in the background that caused her alarm. When she asked if everything was okay, a vague answer was returned, a response which is not unusual from kids who are actively in placement. Due to the level of concern, the next day I personally went to speak to that client who'd been brought down to family court. Admittedly, the answers I received were also quite vague. But later that day, I received notification that a mother of one of our clients had reported that her son had been assaulted. I spoke to that mother immediately. I called Glen Mills immediately. I reached out to have our client brought back to Philadelphia immediately. Instead of immediate notification of what happened, transparency, and accountability, the next week was like an episode of unsolved mysteries. Thankfully, we were up for the challenge. We heard that there was a video. Why is this significant? Because there had never been video at Glen Mills before. However, due to the new contract for it to serve as a community-based shelter, cameras and videos were mandated for the first time. We beat the pavement to find it and were able to view what happened to our client. What I saw that day will be burned in my spirit for the rest of my life. While there was no sound to the video, I saw a child who was in a group session with about 15 other boys. I saw him take his turn to stand up and address the group. After he sat down, a Glen Mills staff person who was across the room got up and grabbed this child from behind and slammed him onto the floor. The next video, I witnessed staffers dragging the boy up a flight of stairs. It looked like it was by his neck. I saw staffers trying to push our client into a room out of camera range. However, the youth placed both of his hands on the door frame and they were unable to do so. They sat the child down and then one staff member placed his hands on the child's neck. A staff member threw punches. The child was crying. At one point, a trash can was offered to him, ostensibly to catch any vomit that might come up. As a human being and as a mother, what I saw was horrific, but I know it was not nearly as horrific as what our young client endured and what his own mother must have felt. We were never able to get a copy of that video. Our request for an order to turn it over was initially granted, but then Glen Mills' attorney filed a motion and was successful after litigation in preventing us from getting a copy, despite our being the child's attorney of record. What I witnessed that day was a criminal assault on a child. We immediately petitioned the courts to release our children who were being held in Glen Mills. One thing that struck me about the video, how the children who watched at least part of the abuse occur reacted, or should I say how they did not react. Just like the young witness I initially spoke to about what happened, the abuse was somehow normalized, or perhaps more insidiously, there was fear. Unfortunately, I have seen other videos. In fact, our office shared a video with City Council at a hearing on May 2018. As defenders, we regularly visit our clients who are in placement. We secured a fellow from Georgetown University to do exit interviews of our clients after returning from placement. We request incident reports and videos of restraints and incidents with our clients. We regularly share any troubling information with system stakeholders. While in some instances we have been blocked, we continue to be tenacious advocates and have drawn lines in the sand to stop Philadelphia children from going to certain placements. We believe that regardless of what other jurisdictions in Pennsylvania are doing, Philadelphia must insist on a high standard of care for our children. We must have a permanent infrastructure in Philadelphia to safeguard our children from abuse and maltreatment. We believe that creating the Office of the Philadelphia Ombudsperson is a critical first step. All children and their families need a clear path to address abuses and grievances. We know that abuse happens. We know there is usually a reaction, but the cycle continues. Different placement, different child. We have an obligation to take permanent and persistent steps to make this unacceptable. For context, I would like to close with a few words from one of our senior attorneys in the Children and Youth Justice Unit. On June 2nd, 2007, Omega Leach was killed while at a placement at Chad, located in Ashland City, Tennessee. He was strangled by a staff member and died. I went down with other attorneys from the Juvenile and Child Advocate units 3 times to investigate. I spoke with every Philadelphia placed at Chad, including kids represented by private counsel with their lawyer's permission. The reports were uniform in what they saw. What happened to Omega Leach was not a restraint. An autopsy later was released, ruling the cause of death as homicide. No one was charged. There was a sea change, and Philadelphia stopped placing children out of state. We wanted to keep our kids safe and make sure no other kids were hurt or died in placement. But then October 13, 2016 happened. David Hess died at Wordsworth. It felt like 2007 all over again. The witness accounts and the lack of charges against the staff responsible for the death of a young man. There was a collaborative effort to react and get kids out of placement to make sure they were safe. Now more children are again being placed out of state due to lack of local options. It feels as if we've learned nothing from Omega Leach's death and certainly nothing from David Hess's death. We need to do more than react. We need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this whole panel. And I think all of us are incredibly overwhelmed a little bit, with all the testimony that's kind of come forward. So I want to thank Leola for invoking the name of Omega and David. We certainly do this work in their names and in the names of young people who spoke today, as well as the names of many young people that we may never know. And I had a few questions, I think, for some of you. First, again, acknowledging your level of expertise in doing this work for such a long period of time. But, for Estelle Richmond, if Estelle is still on. Yes. Great to see you, Estelle. You heard the testimony earlier. You have served in many different departments within the city and the state level and at the federal level. But you heard some of the concerns from the city, including questions about confidentiality, questions about, we can't close facilities. Could you maybe give your perspective as somebody who formerly ran a number of these facilities about what are some of the counterpoints that we should be considering? It's not what we can't do, but really what we can and in some cases what we must do.
Well, I think Commissioner Ali did mention at the end that if they find an abuse or find something wrong, they work with an agency and they do have the right to pull a contract. That takes no permission from anyone except the commissioner to make a decision that an agency has not responded to feedback, not responded to technical assistance, is continuing to put children at risk, and the city has the right to pull that contract. Hopefully we get to hear about it well before that comes. And my purpose on Ombudsman is that when an agency's in trouble, that lacking in staff or their problems occurring, and you can work with them before that becomes an impact. But she was right. She's pulled 6 contracts, and I am sure before they pulled those contracts, they did some work. On the confidentiality issue, I'm going to leave that mostly to Frank to respond to. But at the same time, an ombudsman, people choose to go to an ombudsman. No one forces. It's another opportunity for people to make a choice. And frequently, and I think you brought it up, Councilwoman, sometimes they don't want to go to the entity that funds the placement. And whether that is the behavioral system, or whether that is the child welfare system, or whether that's a juvenile justice system, they may feel more comfortable, look more willingly at an independent agency, but they choose to go there. And youth can choose to call the ombudsman. And when you choose to go somewhere, you're not violating confidentiality. It's your choice. Now, as you get deeper down and more information needs to be available, you could get into some confidentiality areas. But this is where I'm going to turn it over to Frank. I'm not a lawyer. I have, in all of my dealings at various levels, I have found that confidentiality usually isn't a problem if you are knowledgeable and you're willing to work with it, that you can find ways to make sure people are protected. But confidentiality is a tool to help protect people, and we always will respect that. But that doesn't protect us from helping. We need to find ways to be open and transparent enough that when a parent, a child, a staff member is looking for ways to share information, that door has to be open. Frank, let me toss this one over to you.
We think the state regulations, allow this mechanism, simply put. I also would find it hard to believe that we as lawyers and, in a sense, legislative technicians could not develop appropriate workarounds within the bounds of the law. But in the main, right on their face, the rules that apply to the city would apply to the state. So, it was suggested earlier, well, the state should do this because they have some greater access to information. It really isn't the case. The regulations allow for government officials to ask quality questions, to ask questions related to quality. It's why an agency like DHS can probe as expansively as it does through Deputy Commissioner Rodriguez the evaluation part of the program. In a way, it's the exact same pathway. They're probing very deeply the content of cases, information that is otherwise confidential to you and me in the world. They're inside that information, and they would be, and simply put, the Inspector General or whoever, in a sense, whatever entity, wherever this gets lodged, can have similar authority.
I appreciate that. And I think, one of the things that it's clear, even regardless of whether there's confidentiality or, the full range of investigatory powers, one of the things that we learned, and I know that Leola and the Defenders Association has been really dogged on, is that you do have to kind of get these agencies going. If you can't do the full investigation, letting DHS know that there are repeated problems at a particular facility could get them going on a more aggressive investigation. And that's also an extremely important thing to get. When we did after the homicide of David Hess, they went out and proactively visited all these facilities, and afterwards found that they had to close intake on a number of them while they reviewed policies and procedures. That does actually need to happen. I think we've got something like 34 or 36 or so different facilities. We can't possibly know everything that's going on in those, and we need communication streams back and forth, and you need another entity that says you got to get in there. So.
But Councilwoman, I think you brought up too, if you use the examples that Mrs. Williams brought up as a parent and that the youth brought up, they wanted someone to talk to.
Yes.
This is an issue about they had information to share. They felt that if they could have shared their information, given someone, a neutral, independent person, their opinion, it could have made a difference. I think we have to listen to that. They didn't say they wanted to have someone come in and investigate. They wanted someone to talk to. And that's a big difference. An ombudsman, to me, is another set of eyes and ears. It's not we can use it as an investigatory body, but that's not all of its purpose. The purpose of it is so that when I, as a user of service, see something I want to share, and I don't want to share it with government, which is everyone's prerogative, I have an option.
That's incredibly helpful. Thank you so much. Mara, I know your work has just been tremendous over many years. You heard, you and I have been working on the issue around state oversight, and that this issue is better left at the state level. You and I have also been in multiple meetings with different state officials. Can you just respond a little bit to the issue about why local oversight, especially around the schools issue, is particularly important here?
Well, I think that something we have to focus on is the fact that children will go to residential placements, and often there's what we would call a churn rate in terms of children go to one residential placement, then another, or they may go to one congregate care setting and go to different schools. And in the end, the goal is that the child will be in their community. So we want to ensure that we're providing effective supports and interventions for them while they're in residential placement and then upon their return to the community. So having that local oversight, ensuring that a curriculum actually aligns with the school they are attending in the school district of Philadelphia, that they're going to earn credits that will count towards graduation, ensuring that critical connection to the local base is very, very important for students. And this is the community that knows the child, that knows what the child needs, and we need to have that connection. And there is a complete absence of oversight at the state level, which we've discussed. There isn't monitoring of these schools. They're private academic schools, largely treated as prep schools. They can have any curriculum, they can do what they want because that is how they are licensed, and there's a complete lack of oversight.
Really appreciate your statistics, your dedication to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to this wonderful panel. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
Yes. Next we have Nathan Oriens, Jordan Steffen, Megan Fulkerson, and Christina Sorensen. Nathan Oriens, will you please state your name and proceed with your testimony?
Hello, my name is Nathan Oriens. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, fantastic. So my name is Nathan Oriens. I want to echo some of what has been said already, that the youth that have spoken out today have been incredible and brave in doing so. I'm blown away by them. I received my master's in clinical social work from Smith School for Social Work, and I'm currently just weeks away from graduating from Drexel University's Thomas R. Klein School of Law. Prior to law school, I worked as a social worker at Delaware County Juvenile Detention Center, otherwise known as Lima. I went to work at Lima because I wanted to use my social work degree with kids who needed the most help. And while at Lima, the systemic abuses I witnessed and repeatedly attempted to stop forced me to reconsider my entire career path and to focus on legal solutions to prevent child abuse. After graduation, I'm going to follow that path and work against child abuse here in the city with the firm Stern Crawford. I want to talk about something inside me fundamentally changed the first time I saw a 10-year-old child in shackles, swimming in his oversized prison jumpsuit, being led to a locked concrete cell. I saw children become suicidal and have to be hospitalized when faced with the trauma induced by our juvenile systems here in the state. I got to know and care for children that were terribly abused in state and private facilities. And staff and children alike leave those facilities suffering from mental health problems such as post-traumatic stress disorders. Unfortunately, my livelihood and my job depended on the operation of a facility that was inherently flawed. And witnessing those violations of basic human rights almost daily affected me at my core. Each day I went to work at Lima, I could feel the needle on my own moral compass being pushed off course. And I think what's still most striking to me is the way that my mind tried to justify what I saw in front of me. I knew it was wrong, but because I was unable to stop it, I worried that I would begin to accept it, and so I had to get out. As a social worker, I witnessed firsthand how difficult it is for an individual person, whether that is a child, a clinician, or a family member, to report abuses. Providers would at times encourage a lack of reporting or informally punish those reports. And I don't know how we can expect people to come forward in the face of potential backlash. Even if a child or a mandated person or a mandated reporter managed to overcome the hurdle and report something, DHS would often and too often invalidate those reports. We need someone who will listen to children and their caretakers. Children deserve so much more. The state has continually failed to protect our kids. It is imperative that Philadelphia act both to protect our children in facilities across the state, but also to set an example for the state and other counties. This is where I see the value of an ombudsperson. Reporting becomes easier because it can remain completely confidential. They don't risk the backlash. The office's ability to make their findings about facilities public is essential for keeping those agencies accountable, like Marcia said, before the harm happens. The office can stand up for what's right, to work to put an end to abuse in facilities and to protect the support of our most vulnerable populations. I can't stress the importance of an ombudsperson for this county enough. And I'm excited that Philadelphia has the chance to become a state leader in this. And I want to thank you all for the time, for your time and allowing me to lend my thoughts in support of this initiative.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oriens.
Next, we have Jordan Steffen. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come forward and testify in support of this very important proposal. And I do have to stop and echo my gratitude to the young people who spoke today. Every time I testify at a hearing like this where we are considering opening another child protection ombudsman office, I sit in awe at their bravery. My office and others like it wouldn't exist without theirs. So I think it's really important to acknowledge their role in advancing these systems as well. My name is Jordan Steffen, and I serve as the Deputy Director for Colorado's Child Protection Ombudsman Office. We call it the CPO. The CPO is roughly, is one of roughly 30 different agencies across the country that serves as a Child Protection Ombudsman Office that focuses specifically on child protection issues or has a dedicated department for child protection issues. In fact, Child Protection Ombudsman offices are one of the fastest growing government entities in the country, and that is because our services are becoming widely recognized as being unique and an invaluable resources for the communities that we serve. And that's for a couple of different reasons. You have all today heard about the independent and objective lens that we can bring to cases that come to our agencies, as well as our ability to bring to the surface the issues that we are seeing in the child protection system, so that these issues aren't dealt with behind closed doors, and so that we do not have to rely on the press to bring these issues forward. Surprisingly, ombudsman practice is not new. There are a number of associations in this country that provide guidance for our practice, including the United States Ombudsman Association, the International Ombudsman Association, and the American Bar Association. As I've listened today, I have adjusted my testimony slightly. I think hopefully because it sounds like everyone here understands the importance of the ombudsman work. And I'd like to shift a little bit so that I can offer maybe a glimpse into what ombudsman practice looks like on the ground and in real life. And I'll do that by sharing a little bit of the history of our agency, our development, some of the hurdles we overcame, and how some of our processes work with today, because I think I can address some of the questions that have been raised. Like the proposal for you, the CPO was born out of tragedy. In 2007, we had 12 children die in the care of the state of Colorado. A task force was formed to study those deaths, and one of the recommendations that was developed was to form an ombudsman office. Our office was originally founded in 2010 through legislation. However, when we were originally founded, we were established as a program housed underneath the Colorado Department of Human Services through a contract. So effectively, we were housed in the very department we were charged with by law to review, monitor, and study. I think everyone here can easily see where that was problematic. And in fact, our time in that structure actually created a lot of the tensions, a lot of the frayed relationships that developed the reputation of being a watchdog, of a disruptor. And I can say that because prior to joining the Ombudsman Office, I actually worked as a reporter for the Denver Post and covered the development of this office in depth and talked to the public. And so I think it's very important to know how public perception can build for these agencies if they're not established properly and if they're not given the breadth they need to do the work independently. Luckily, the need for independence was quickly recognized in Colorado, and a second piece of legislation created us as an independent state agency. We are overseen by an advisory board, the first of its kind, with members appointed by each branch of government. Since becoming an independent state agency, we have just blossomed and grown. We have tripled in the size of our employees, Our budget has kept up, and the demand for our services has not slowed down. Last year, we handled 725 cases. This fiscal year, we're anticipating handling more than 1,000. I will say that a number of those cases do involve children in Colorado who are currently in congregate care, including residential facilities and the Division of Youth Services youth centers. And I think it's important to know, as was previously stated in the state of Philadelphia, that I do believe our numbers in congregate care are going down, but just want to counter that with even though we're seeing those reductions in those populations, the number of calls coming into our office about children and youth in those placements continues to go up. It is a growing area of our practice that we are having to dedicate more and more resources to. In fact, just this morning, I spent 4 hours on a case involving a child in a residential treatment facility. I think I'd like to address a little bit how our practice intersects with these particular cases. One area is confidentiality. By law, we are prohibited from releasing the identity of any complainant who comes to office, whether it's a parent, whether it is a youth, whether it is a stakeholder partner. We are prohibited from releasing their name. Now, we have independent access to all records we want. We do not have subpoena power, but through law, we have an avenue to access all human service records without them knowing that we are looking at that. So we're able to handle a lot of these cases without revealing the identity of our client and or potentially the youth at the center of our case. If we do feel we need to make contact with an agency to further our case, we will offer to our client if they want us to move forward with that case. Of course, there's always the potential people connect the dots, but we do offer that to our client. And that is how we handle confidentiality largely and have been very successful with that. Our analysts have scripts on how we advise our clients of confidentiality rights with our office. Secondly, there has been a question of authority. And I just would like to point out our office has no mandated authority whatsoever other than guaranteed access to information and documents. We cannot require other state agencies to follow our recommendations or work with us. In my time here and in the 10 years here, we've never had a problem getting agencies to work with us. And that is largely because of the public-facing factor of our office and our ability to publish reports, to proactively go to our stakeholder partners and say, hey, we think you have an issue here and you need to be mindful of that. So it's always interesting as a tenet of ombudsman practice that a lot of us don't have that mandated authority and still remain as very, very effective government entities. And I'd like to just share a little bit on what some of our cases in this area look like on a day-to-day basis, because they really do transcend from individual cases to systemic work. We receive calls from youth themselves. In fact, we have placed phones in all 10 of our DYS facilities across the state so that youth can call our office directly and file a complaint with us. A few weeks ago, we received a call from a youth currently residing in a Division of Youth Services Center who was concerned that he was not getting medical treatment he knew he needed. His health was deteriorating. He knew he needed these appointments, and no one had communicated to him if he was going to get his medications or his evaluations anytime soon. That day, we were on the phone with that youth center as well as the Colorado Department of Human Services to figure out what was going on with that youth's care. And by the end of the day, we were able to confirm all of it was going to happen, and more importantly, communicate that back to that youth so he had some idea of the care that was going to be provided to him. We heard from a parent last month who was concerned that her child, who had been removed and placed into a foster home, was being abused in that foster home. This mother's rights remained intact for that child, and she had not heard about the care of her child in weeks. We were able to that day confirm there was an open investigation regarding that foster home, and there were concerns that in fact that child was being burned and abused. Additionally, we work very closely with stakeholder partners, the very agencies we're charged with reviewing and monitoring, including caseworkers, hospital staff, staff at these facilities that we work with who call us frequently, who say, this just doesn't feel right. Can you look into this? For example, we recently heard from a facility staff member who called us and said there is a youth who has been residing in an emergency room for 3 days, and no one will go pick them up because they're not claiming custody of that child. That day, again, we're able to make contact, intervene, and help to provide that child with a more appropriate placement. Where our work with our stakeholder partners grows is when we're able to identify systemic trends. As has been mentioned here, we recently had a case where we received 6 different calls about one residential facility. We were able to quickly notify the State Department that there may be something wrong here and they need to go look at it and see what is going on. So by way of saying, our work works at both the macro and micro level. Additionally, in terms of policy setting, we are very, very active. We're currently discussing with our Division of Youth Services an overhaul to how we promulgate rules and regulations for that very program, so that instead of just handling a case-by-case basis, maybe we can get to the underwriting problems and the rules and regulations that guide those programs in general. So I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I'm happy to answer questions if it's helpful, but I just want to thank you all again for having me today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And, it's inspiring to hear that a state is really on it and shows the possibilities of it. If you could just stay on if there are questions.
Glad
Thank
to.
you.
Okay. Next, we have Megan Fulkerson. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
All right. There we go. Everyone hear me? All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Megan Fulkerson. I am not from Philadelphia. I'm actually from Michigan, but I was asked to come and speak with you guys as I was formerly working at Sequel Youth and Family Services in Kalamazoo, Michigan, at Lakeside Academy. So I was asked to kind of share my experience of what really was happening behind closed doors. I think that a lot of points that have been made today actually have made me feel very hopeful that this discussion is being had. I hope that Philadelphia can kind of lead the way because this is not a conversation that I've even heard before, and I've been in the field for a little while. So a little bit about myself. I received my Bachelor's of Science in Psychology from Western Michigan University, and I am currently studying in the Master's of Social Work program that is specializing in trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy and trauma with youth. Prior to Sequel, I worked at a local nonprofit, Catholic Charities, for about 4.5 years. I was a caseworker at our youth shelter, working with about 11 to 17-year-olds with crisis intakes. It was kind of a respite center. And then I worked as the outreach for the homeless youth in the community, about ages 16 to 21. We service 9 counties in Michigan to help families and kind of meet them where they're at. A lot of youth were homeless, and so we did have a transitional living program that I would try and get them into and obtain housing. So I did leave Catholic Charities to go work for Sequel Youth and Family Services at Lakeside. And I worked in all the units, really. We have different programs, but ultimately ended up working on the mental health unit, which is abuse and neglect, so students that were placed by the state. And then we also had our general residential units, which a lot of times were called our California units, because most of the youth there were from out of state and from California. I started as a case manager and was later promoted to director of case management, which I had overseeing 10 case managers and all of 126 students at the residence. We had 7 or 8 therapists that also made up our student services team. So I worked at Lakeside for just about 2 years before the death of Cornelius Frederick. He was placed with us through the foster care system. His mother was deceased, his father was incarcerated, and there was no other family willing to take him in, which is not, an uncommon story, unfortunately, for so many of our youth. So he was placed with us, and I was his case manager for about the first 8 months he was there, and then oversaw him when I became a director. Ultimately, Cornelius died because he threw a sandwich. And for that reason alone, he was seated, and staff tackled him, took him to the floor. 7 staff members restrained him until he was limp and unresponsive. These restraints were not uncommon. I came into the lunchroom. The director of nursing was present. There were 2 other supervisors. There were other staff, and there were still children in the lunchroom. So in my mind, I just unfortunately was kind of used to those situations and figured, oh, there was a restraint, and was letting him take time to get up, until I walked over and realized that this situation was different. All of my worst fears that I had been sitting with for months were in front of me, and one of my students was unresponsive on the floor. No one had called 911 yet. No one had started resuscitation. I kept asking what had happened, and everyone was just kind of frozen. There was really no responses. That's when I attempted to find a pulse on Cornelius, to which I couldn't. So I did clear out the cafeteria of all the other students so they didn't have to witness this, and then went to get the AED to start compressions. And it wasn't until that point that someone had finally called. This was 12 minutes past before anyone had called 911. I didn't know that at the time, but I found that out later. So when the EMTs arrived, they were able to find a pulse again. They took him in the hospital, but ultimately 2 days later, he passed. So unfortunately, another downfall was the students found out through staff. We didn't have therapists present to handle the situation. One staff member talked about it even before the rest of us knew, and pretty much a riot broke out with the students. I don't blame them, but police were then called to campus, and that already is a trigger for so many of our students. But on top of that, police were pepper spraying our students, pepper spraying our staff. Couple students were arrested, and it just started to compile and was not a good day or a good week at all. Prior to Cornelius's death, it was clear that something like this was going to happen. Reports were being made to the licensors. Nothing was happening. Calls were being made to CPS. No licensing action was being taken. Cases were being closed without proper investigation, it seemed. And then following, even after Cornelius's death, management seemed to think that they were going to find a way around this, because that's all they've done in the past. Directors were stating that, they thought he was faking it and that we were going to be able to just be on a suspension and we'll be back. And it was tough. One of the directors even said he died of coronavirus, which clearly was not the case. And the students knew that. So when I first started at Lakeside, we typically didn't take some of the more complicated cases. We knew our limits, knew what programs we did offer. We didn't have students who had severe behavioral concerns or serious charges. But at the end of 2019, we were accepting children who didn't necessarily meet our criteria because contracts with the states were offering more money, mostly California. So our general residential population became more delinquent, had a lot of harsher allegations and charges. And again, we were taking a lot of students who may have had gang affiliations or other things that just weren't, our campus wasn't prepared for, our staff wasn't prepared for. And it really started to deteriorate on campus. So there's all these moving pieces, all these causes of concerns, and no one felt like there was anyone that would listen. Lakeside was deemed as one of the greatest ones in Sequel, and all these things were great. And we did have a beautiful campus and everything looked great on paper. And the states would come and they would visit their kids and everything's fine. But it wasn't. We weren't able to maintain staff levels because employees started leaving because of all the abuse. And there was an increase of restraints because of that. And I feel like it was because staff were trying to gain that sense of control back. So So I continued to raise red flags. The directors and management basically began to marginalize me and others who were raising those concerns. For instance, they were taking away our video access. There were policies put in place about reporting. So if a youth had told me something happened, I had no way to go look at videos. I had no way to report it without management knowing. And that alone was causing a lot of issues. Same with staff on the floor who might have been seeing these things. There was nowhere for them to turn to. I always let my staff know that we are mandated reporters. We call it in. It's not our job to investigate. But management felt different than that. They were telling staff that they had to report to management, who would investigate prior to calling in a report. If you called in a report before telling management, you could feel this sense of, well, now you're a bad guy. And they would, in a roundabout way, basically, punish you. Whether it was switching your shifts or cutting your shifts or just finding ways to make it hard for you to do your job. And again, this was not uncommon. So these places, they know exactly how to say things publicly, but know what's going on in the background. And so many people are like, well, why didn't you leave? Or, this or that. And you can't, because you have this feeling of, well, if I'm not here, then who is for these kids? And that's why so many of us stayed. There were instances where incidents also just weren't being reported at all. So again, how important it is for a student to be able to say this happened or someone else over a staff member, I think would have changed a lot of things. So if an incident isn't written up, we don't know they exist. So our policy was if any student was touched at any time, whether by a staff or even another student, if they got in a fight, there had to be an incident report. But if there's not on paper, there's no notifications. So incidents weren't always being brought up. On the weekends and things, if I wasn't there and there wasn't a report, I didn't know if something had happened with a student. And if that student didn't come forward, we might not have ever known. So there were times where I would find out a week, 2 weeks, times later that something had happened to a resident. And by that point, basically everyone deemed it not necessary, or if it was a big deal, the child would have reported and just kind of continuously brushed under the rug. We had one incident where a student was injured over the weekend. There was no incident report, and I get there and he's covered in bruises. And we tell the staff that the incident reports are also to protect them. A student might have some allegations, and the incident reports could help us determine what was true. The video is there to protect them as well. And at that point in time, I had the mother call CPS because no one was listening to us, and so sometimes if it had to come from someone outside of it for anything to be done. And so the student was saying, oh, staff did it. Staff was saying they got in a fight with another student in this whole roundabout way. And it came down to the video showed 2 staff members taking the student off camera for an extended amount of time. And, that was kind of the evidence right there. But it took a lot for that to be able to happen. And then that student was targeted. He was, you're a snitch, you're this. And it was scary. I can't imagine being a teenager, especially out of state, and you're being threatened. And you had already been physically hurt, and you have no one to report to. Your parents can't come and get you. Your worker only comes once a month. What do you do? Who do you call? And some of the staff are younger, 18, 19, 20 years old. You only need a high school diploma. They don't have a lot of the de-escalation tactics. They don't have this background in training. And so instead of resorting to other tactics, they would resort to these restraints. So with that, children are not believed when these incidents are reported. The staff were always given more precedence than the children were. And compliance was bought. Some of the kids that were good and compliant would have PlayStations and Xboxes and TVs because, you didn't talk. And the other students who would, basically didn't have those type of privileges. Of course, unfortunately, there is the suspected sexual relationships. There were reports in times where drugs were being brought in, prescription pills, edibles, those kind of things, basically to buy these students to behave. And again, there was no proof really for us to call or for us to do. Licensing did not necessarily step in most of the time. We, Lakeside, had the same licensor for years. Everyone knew him, and he previously used to work for Sequel. So you can already see that there's a conflict of interest. And this, again, is not uncommon. So he, would basically never really have consequences. If there was a staff who had an allegation of abuse, most of the time they would just be moved to a different unit. So that staff is still on campus. They're still a threat to the student, but we're so short-staffed, so then they can't send someone home. So they just move people around. But on a campus, you're going to see everyone. So you're really still not keeping your children safe. And staff got away with, this kept happening because they were so protected. They got away with this for so long. And so when asking the licensor, what should we be doing? How do we fix these things? There was guidance, but never any follow-up. So again, hey, write better reports, or, we're going to come in and do this hour training, but they never came back and actually made sure that this training was handled. They never actually made sure that we were using these new reports. And it wasn't until January that there had been enough, complaints about our licensor that we got a new one. And that is when there finally started being some action. Any allegations that were brought up were taken seriously. I really do appreciate, the work that DHS and, puts in, but I also know how tiring it is, and there needs to be oversight. There needs to be that involvement because these facilities are saying all the right things, but again, it's not happening. And I don't want to say everything was negative. 90% of the staff that were there cared. You go into this field because you have that compassion for these students and you want to do the right thing, but you're so scared. Our staffs have families. They need a paycheck. They need a job. They want to be with these students, but you risk reporting and losing your job because once a CPS call is made, even though it's confidential, everyone finds out. They come and they tell the directors, they come and tell everyone, and it gets back to them. And then, again, you're targeted.
Ms. Fulkerson, I know that, I wanted just to say there may be a few questions at the end. So we had one more testifier that we're hoping to get in before the 5 o'clock hour. So would it be okay to hold some of your testimony for a little bit? And then I know you may have submitted some. And maybe we could just come back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry for...
No, that's okay.
But I was wrapping up anyway. So I appreciate, I urge others to begin to take action and be proactive instead of reactive so that we don't have more stories like the youth we've heard today and like Cornelius. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the work that you did in holding Sequel and the entire state of Michigan accountable. Honestly, your campaign for Cornelius change things statewide. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We have one more testifier. Mr. Clark?
That's correct. Mm-hmm. Next, we have Christina Sorensen. Please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Christina, and thank you so much for your patience.
Good afternoon. It's been a pleasure to listen to such powerful testimony all afternoon. My name is Christina Sorensen, and I am an attorney at Juvenile Law Center. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today about the immediate need to establish a local independent ombuds office. Juvenile Law Center Senior Attorney Karen Lindell was a member of the Residential Placement Task Force. At the time, Karen was my supervisor, and I had the honor of attending several and participating in one task force meeting. My current project is an in-depth historical analysis of youth residential placement and a national research study on youth grievance protections. Philadelphia played a historic role in the development of youth incarceration. Now, Philadelphia has the opportunity to reimagine the solution. One of the original youth institutions in the United States, the Philadelphia House of Refuge, which later became the Glen Mills School, grew out of a Philadelphia task force recommendation in 1823. Since then, Philadelphia has invested in fluctuating levels of incarceration and youth institution as the solution to a myriad of social problems. From the beginning, Black and brown youth were treated differently than their white counterparts at Glen Mills, across this Commonwealth, and nationally. Black and brown youth were initially excluded from houses of refuge. Later, when they were admitted, they endured harsher treatment, endured longer sentences, and were on average a year and a half to 2 years younger. In 2011, a groundbreaking report by the Anna E. Casey Foundation detailed clear evidence of youth maltreatment in facilities in a majority of states. An update 4 years later found a flood of new revelations of abuse and maltreatment, including in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, all private facilities are governed under the 3800 regulations, and state facilities are trusted to voluntarily comply. The state-level grievance protections provided to our Philadelphia children are self-regulated by the facility, a horrifyingly common practice throughout the country. Facilities develop their own grievance processes. They then evaluate, review the grievances filed against them. Facilities then are trusted to elevate and self-report instances of abuse. In effect, this traps the youth and family complaints in an echo chamber, with facilities as the gatekeeper, thus silencing our youth and affected community members that need to be heard the most. The act of reporting takes tremendous courage, at times requiring individuals to risk their own physical safety. One staff member was quoted as saying, "If these kids reported it, they would be physically beaten." This leaves our youth without any place to go when they need help. As one youth shared at the May hearing, "Why would I think anyone will help me if they're sitting there harming me?" The Inquirer recently reported about the abuses at Devereaux. One female resident, aged 14, was sexually assaulted by her roommate. When she reported that abuse to the staff, she was punished for complaining, placed in solitary confinement where she was raped by that staff, and then returned to the room where she had been assaulted with a roommate who had assaulted her. The alternative local reporting avenues, such as Childline and CARO, have been proven similarly ineffective. For example, when one abuse allegation that my colleague Chief Hardy mentioned was brought to light, Glen Mills called it an isolated incident. And our agencies believed them. 6 months later, an investigative report unveiled evidence of at least 40 years of physical and psychological abuse and education deprivation. Police came to the Woodsworth 800 times, as you've heard multiple times, in the decade prior to David Hess's horrific homicide. Philadelphia youth and institutions are regularly and routinely subjected to abuse, neglect, and education deprivation. Philadelphia children have endured violence and countless rights violations in the past 122 years since that first task force recommendation. Yet we continue to primarily rely on investigative journalists to believe, listen, and report on the harms endured by our children. How much is enough before we act? It's time for Philadelphia to take decisive action to protect our Philadelphia children and dedicate resources now to establishing a local independent youth ombudsperson. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer questions as well.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sorensen, and thank you so much for your advocacy. I really just want to thank this panel for your work as advocates. As you heard, we heard from people who are outside of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, actually, to talk about how much needs to be done in order to hold institutions accountable. This is not a uniquely Pennsylvania problem, not a uniquely Philadelphia problem. It becomes a problem when we don't act. And I think that that's one of the clear things that we heard today, whether people are here in Philadelphia or around in other parts of the country. I just wanted, to especially acknowledge Ms. Steffen from Colorado, the deputy ombudsperson from the state of Colorado. So thank you so much for for your work. I think you demonstrate a lot of a little bit of what I think was raised earlier, that in some situations there needs to be potentially a full-on investigation if there's cases of abuse. But I think you also spoke to what Estelle Richmond talked about a little bit earlier, which is that sometimes you need some things to be sorted out. And I'm curious about whether you could just speak a little bit to that area. Some of the young people that you heard from, for example, talked about not having school records, like literally no credits. I think Mara McInerney said that a number of young people never even get credits. Some young people talked about the struggle to get vital documentation. They leave these facilities. Some of them are in foster care from a very young age. Some can be, almost from birth. And it's almost impossible for them to find the documents that they need. So could you talk a little bit about your role as being something just beyond the investigatory situation for extreme incidences, and speak to the fact that we actually do need this and why somebody would need this that would be outside of DHS?
Yes, happy. And I really appreciate the question. I think I'll approach it in two parts, if that's okay. The first is our role outside of that very in-depth investigatory entity. Of those 725 cases I mentioned, we closed the majority of those as what we call lower level resolution assist. The majority of our cases are often serving as a translator between our client and the entity that is trying to serve them. And in this case, it can be much like the youth I've described, who they need to call, they need someone to listen, they need to know that someone is hearing us. We make phone contact with every client who calls our agency within 48 hours of getting their call. It's not an email. For youth who are in facilities, we actually set up Zoom calls within 48 hours so we can talk to them. So a lot of our work is really translating the services both ways. Maybe this entity just can't hear what the youth is trying to say that day, or as we've heard here, maybe you need to hear it from someone else. And sometimes just hearing it from our agency makes a big difference in the response that we get. So a lot of the response we get from all of our clients is just, thank you for listening. I needed someone to hear me. I needed someone to take my complaint elsewhere. That's very true for parents with children living in these facilities who can't get a hold of anyone. They go through the state grievance process that's available. They go through the internal grievance processes that are available, and they really get silenced, or they often get sent to our agency at this point. So we serve as that baseline, I think, for a lot of people in our state. In terms of beyond kind of that case-by-case investigatory, the records issue you've just brought up actually is something that we're looking at. So we can look at the larger issues that come up later in these cases and that are more at that systemic level. So for the records, for example, we're currently asking a lot of questions around how do you access these records once you leave these systems? And those conversations we have at the high level with the State Department. and they can be friendly. They can be, should we consider a rule resolution here? It's not so much we're going deep into these cases and we're writing very public reports, but we're spurring those conversations so that the people who can make changes to those regulations and to those processes can start moving. Sometimes we stay deeply involved and sometimes we don't. One of our strengths as an agency, again, sometimes just putting those phone calls in and asking people to start looking at it. And often that's enough of a nudge to get the powers that be to start working on those issues. Does that address your question? I feel like I'm rambling a little.
No. It's good. One of the questions that I had is, you mentioned that you publish reports.
Mm-hmm.
So
we do. So
on each facility or on your cases, how does that work?
Yeah, it's that ever tricky answer of it depends. So our statute requires us to educate the public and stakeholders about issues we deem necessary. So if in the course of completing an individual case or a large systemic investigation, we deem we just need to make a public report, we can do that. And we do that in a number of ways. On an individual case basis, if we have serious concerns about the practice that was involved, and I'm speaking broadly now for all of our jurisdiction, including child welfare services and not necessarily congregate care, but we can write a letter to the specific agency or provider that we're concerned your practice may not be in compliance with state law or state rule. We're writing you a letter to notify you of our concerns of your practice, and we're also notifying your supervising entity. Colorado is a local control state, so the State Department regulates our county departments, and we ask the State Department to make a determination about that practice, and those letters are available to the public. Secondarily, we write issue briefs on those trends and those systemic issues we're seeing that may not be investigatory. Right now, for example, we've announced that we're working on a brief that examines very closely how we review child fatalities in our state, including fatalities for children who are in residential care. That may not be directly related to a single case or complaint that we get, but we deem that necessary for the public to be aware. And then we have very, very large investigatory reports that we publish, often that stem out of multiple complaints. So most relevant here, we received multiple complaints about a facility that had its license revoked prior to its closure and the conditions that existed at that facility prior to its closure. And we did an in-depth 17-month investigation of that facility and really highlighted our work on the gaps between the licensing mechanisms for that facility and the entities that are supposed to be maintaining child safety and well-being and the gaps between those. So it depends. That's kind of the beauty of the ombudsman work. You have the ability to make that determination. Some agencies do more, some do less, but we have the ability to respond to the needs of our community as we see fit.
And I think you alluded to this, but, here in Philadelphia, for example, young people are assigned a child advocate. There can be a case manager. You might have a defender if an attorney assigned to you, if it's through the, through the juvenile justice system. But yet those things don't seem to hold the same kind of weight. And I think you seem to allude to it, that the power of people being more responsive to you than they might be to others is the fact that you are an agency and have some leverage here and also could publish reports. Do you feel like that, this accountability and particularly, I think you said at least twice, you have an external facing role, a public accountability for it. It's not just all internal reports that people put away, and may never see, but that they can be external. How much of that is a factor to getting the kind of responsiveness that you do actually get from from facilities?
It's a great question. I just want to speak for facilities specifically. Our jurisdiction is very, very broad. It includes any public entity that has public funds for the safety, protection, or purpose. So I'm speaking a little bit broadly about our practice in general, as we've just really started to hit our facility response. But I do think it plays a factor. I think that we issue public reports and recommendations that we then ask the agencies that are the center of those recommendations to issue public responses to, and then we stay on them. We go back and we ask, where are you on this recommendation? I've been deeply involved in adoption assistance regulations for 3 years now because we made a recommendation to overhaul the legislature and all the rules involved. because we keep coming back to those recommendations. And I do think it is widely known. One, we have access to records. So it's not rare that we may get a call from a guardian ad litem or an attorney saying, I'm not asking you for the records. I know you can't give them to me, but you need to look at my client's case. Can you go see if there was compliance here? So I do think it's a factor that people do respond to us because they know it's public facing. We certainly don't use it as a threat, but I think they're aware of the fact it's our model and we are required to publicly educate, not only through public reports, but through testimony at the state legislature, which we do frequently. We are called in as experts twice today already. So it comes in different facets. And I guess I should have said that earlier. It's not just the written report, but we're called in to facilitate meetings because we know that we can get people to the table. We facilitated a piece of legislation a couple of years ago with 40 hours of stakeholder calls and 40 different agencies on a law that hadn't been touched in 30 years. So I do think that public-facing ability, that ability to bring issues forward does get a bit of a response, and it helps us to act as a facilitator for some really technical issues.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for your work. And thank you so much to these panelists as well. Are there any other members of the committee who might have questions for this panel? Great. Mr. Clerk, are there any other individuals whose name we have failed to call?
Nope, that's the full list of registered speakers.
Okay. So there being no further questions from members of the committee, no other witnesses to testify, I will ask if there's anyone else present in this hearing whose name we have failed to call and that wishes to offer testimony on the resolution being offered today. Hearing none, I want to thank all the panels and witnesses for your participation today and just offer a few concluding remarks. This was a long hearing. I chose not to limit it because I want the testimony on the record, because I think the individuals who came forth today offered particularly powerful testimony from a wide variety of perspectives. Today, we not only heard from youth, advocates, people in the justice system, we heard from young people themselves, we heard from people outside of the state of Pennsylvania, we heard from the esteemed chair of the Youth Residential Placement Task Force, from task force members, from people who have served at all levels of government, but particularly at the state level. And they've all said the same thing, that these are our children, it is our responsibility, and if we don't look out for them, then how can we expect that other people will? We have had case after case after case of horrifying abuses. We were motivated to be in this place by the homicide of a young person. And this was not the first homicide that had to happen. But from the moment that we've gotten into this position and the creation of the Children and Youth Committee was to tell young people and their families that the safety, the care, the well-being, and the helping young people reach their boundless potential would be the mission of this committee. And there are very difficult circumstances. We have partner agencies that are trying to do their best. But the reality is that we have a state that has abdicated on its responsibilities for the care and keeping of young people, for the oversight of facilities, and for taking action strongly when clear abuses have gotten into play. And almost every action that has had to come forward has been through the concerted effort of young people raising their voices time and time again, of advocates who have done the same, and of our locality taking action ahead of the state. So there is not that much more that we can do except to lay out for us this choice, which is not so much who's got the most, responsibilities or within the bounds of, limited legal authority, what can we do? It's that somebody has to be an advocate for young people when we commit them into the care of facilities. And lacking the oversight, knowing that we have seen abuses happen time and time again, and knowing that since 2008, as Frank Cervone documented, that the consequences have resulted in people calling for a youth ombudsman at the local level. at the local level, a youth ombudsperson to take action, to take responsibility, and to do something on behalf of young people in our care, we cannot fail to act now. I want to thank everybody who came forward to testify. I especially want to thank our young people whose testimony, whose names, and whose future we are here for. And we will do better by. So I want to thank everybody for staying with us, if you stayed with us this long. And we look forward to taking action on this issue. On behalf of our entire committee, I will say we will not wait to take action. We will not have another child continue to be harmed. Our city has a responsibility to these young people. And I want to thank all the young people, all their advocates, and the other agencies from out of state to show that we can do this work. So hearing that there are no other people here to testify, I want to thank everybody for your participation. This now concludes the public hearing of this committee. We will recess this hearing until the call of the chair. And thank you very much, everybody, and have a good evening.